Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
No, we're doing commentary on the case. WBC Anglican police service like that. Oh, for brother's sake.
It is always a good day when the cameras are working. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I worked really hard to get this shirt to show up properly on screen. It was so close. I was a ghost. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. Let me see. I need 58.3. We're going to copy this. Let me show you what I looked like just a little bit here. See, that wasn't it. Yeah, that's what we had before. When I started, this was it. I was literally going to be a talking head all day with a little RA logo as well, but managed to get it dialed in. Nothing like a key that can bring you back to life and make you feel real again. Oh, good morning. It is great to be here. Let's see, we are right here in the Court of Public Opinion, and I have to say, thank you for the shirt. By the way, it's a very nice shirt. I have several others like it, all from the same person. You know who you are. Are you here? I'm looking. Don't see her name yet. Still not there. Well, we'll keep an eye. I'll keep it up when she pops up in chat. She's going to recognize the shirt. So I don't see her yet. Let's see. We'll get to her. All right. First of all, Tammy. By the way, it's Tammy. So let's see. We have. Oh my goodness. We have so much to do today. So much to do. This is a crazy day. We're super busy. We may be able to get the rest trial. I'm not sure. It's going to be last minute. We're trying to get that sorted out. We'll see if a feed's going to be available. Is that a cow on the board? What? Yes, this is a cow. Pamela, this is a cow. This is Moopak. He replaced Cash Cow because Cash Cow had an utter disaster and had a blowout. And anyway, yes, it's a stress cow. All right, let me back up. We've got important things to do first. First of all, big shout out and welcome. Oh, helps if things. My daughter turned the Wi-Fi off on my laptop so she could play her game without ad interruption. And now the laptop doesn't work for me. So hang on just 1 second. Connect. There we go. Boom. There we go. Big shout out to Neezy69. Skull and Crossbones. I'm not sure how to pronounce the full name. We're just going to say Neezy. First of all, I think this is the first time you've won under this name. I'm not sure if you've changed your name since you first started. So you might have won under a different name, but I think under this new assumed name, this is the first time that you've won. Congratulations, Neezy. Yes, you say keep the head and keep the head. That would be funny. I'm sure TYO Toys would go all over that. Phil would grab that in a heartbeat. So we're going to not let him know about this. But you've got a busy day, Neezy, because you've got to keep the internet running when 2/3 of the country's cell phones are down, including mine. Apparently, AT&T was the wrong choice. I chose the wrong network, and I have zero service. I got 0 bars, 0 out of 0 bars, and apparently pretty much nationwide, people are struggling with that. So if your phone is not working, you probably aren't hearing this right now if you normally watch on your data. But yeah, so hopefully we'll get some people sorted out and their internet will get fixed for the phones and we'll all get back. All right, Kim, I see you now. Yes, I see you now. Lots of things happening. So we've got a big day. I was saying where we were. We've got a a crazy day in court that we have to show you that just happened the other day. We're going to show you that. I'll bring that to you first. We have, here we go. Tish S. gifted 5 memberships. Rudy Patootie gifted 5, gifted a membership as well. And let's see, Michelle Bachmeyer gifted membership all at the same time. Then we also had Missy Pants with 13 months membership milestone. My AZ pool timers over back to Minnesota snow tomorrow. Bummer. Enjoy that pool while it lasted. Angela, 2 months today. Georgievic. Is that how I say that? Did I say that right, Angela? I get it wrong. 2 months today. So happy to be here. Thank you, everybody, for the greatest chat on YouTube. Thank you, Angela. It wouldn't be the same without you, though. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Congratulations on 2 months. Let's see. We are... I'm feeling good. I am not medicated. Some of you might be disappointed about that because yesterday was a little bit wild. Not medicated, so we're just going to go off just natural energy today. And then so from there. Oh my goodness. Let's see. We've got that court case, possible rust. We have Judge Boyd's trial that's continuing. We've got we're in Adam Montgomery. They're in verdict watch. That's already started this morning. It's just busy. Like I said, sometimes it's like really slow and sometimes it gets busy. We're starting a very busy period here. So we're going to see, I know there's a couple trials starting today. There's one with what is it? Nature Boy, the Nature Boy trial. Unfortunately, the evidence in that one includes revenge corn. I think that's how it's pronounced. Revenge corn, which is, might be a little too much for the terms of service, which we operate under. I missed a few milestone chats. I'm going to pull them up here right now. Just 1 second. We have Crafterville. Yours was one of them. Crafterville, 5 months. What do you get when you cross a joke with a rhetorical question? I see what you did there, Crafterville. Thank you very much. Let's see. Rudy Patootie gifted. Michelle Bachmeyer gifted. Missy Pants had the pool message. Angela, we got you. Thank you for your 2 months of support. And Tisha S. as well, with 5 memberships to kick things off first thing this morning. I missed the buffer sound, which means I'm falling behind. Let's see. We have, George Washington's birthday. We celebrated that on Monday, but we will, it was President's Day and all. But Shirley 79, George Washington, both have birthdays today. Tisha S. has her 4-month membership today. And James and Jeremy, twins, 17 today. So James and Jeremy, Shirley, and George Washington. Do we call him Uncle George? George Washington is a mouthful to sing in happy birthday. So we're going to sing happy birthday, Shirley, James, Jeremy, and George. Shirley, George, James, and Jeremy. Now let's do it in that order, just the way it's written. How about that? All right, join with me in the nation's largest birthday sing-along. I should say international sing-along. Now is your part to join the choir. Raise your voice. Let me heard throughout the neighborhood as we sing happy birthday to these 4 wonderful people. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shirley, George, Jeremy, and James. Oops. Happy birthday to you. I mixed up James and Jeremy. Hopefully, James was not born second, because I know how twins like to point out who was born first, right? So they're like, yeah, but I'm a minute older than you, so that makes me smarter, right? James and Jeremy would understand. To everyone who is celebrating a birthday today, happy birthday! What a great day to celebrate. Tammy, what a nice shirt! Look at this. What a nice shirt. And it says like RA in the logo here. I have to tell you that I fought to make this visible. Tammy, I'll show you in just a second here. But happy birthday to everyone celebrating their birthday today. Make sure you help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's. Realize there are a million places you can celebrate and a million people who would want to celebrate with you. But you've chosen to be here with us. Just under a million people. But thank you very much. Hopefully we can make your day a little bit better. Hopefully your phone is working as well. All right. Thank you. Tammy, this is a very nice shirt. Thank you for this shirt and the several others you sent. We love them. Tammy was the one who sent this shirt to me and made the little RA logo on it. It's super nice. I will tell you, Tammy, that I thought I would never be able to wear this one on stream. Because just like you can see right here, these little bugs, they're not real bugs. They're virtual bugs. This is what happens when I turned on the feed this morning. This is how I normally run my key. And the key is what takes away one color from the background, and it makes it look like that. So although it looks great for my weight loss program, it doesn't go for good broadcast. So let's see if we can put this back up just perfectly. There we go. I think that's about it. So to make this work, I had to adjust the key foreground, background, key edge, the chroma correction, spill, and flare suppression. And flare suppression is how I got my color back, because it made me look very gray after I took out the green and then added the green back in. Let's see. This will make me very colorful. Raises the chroma quite a bit. Yeah, way too much. Way whoa, down. Okay, just kidding. Here we go. I was looking like this, which was pretty flat. So where's a nice healthy pink? That looks all right for like the day after being deathly ill. I think I'll do right here. All right. Anyway, Tammy, thank you very much for the shirt and the other ones and everything else. Appreciate you so much. Let's see. We are here. Where are we at? We've got AT&T's cell phone here, but Verizon home internet. Okay. I'm excited for today, which means I'm probably going to crash. Ola, we are trying to get the Rust trial. We're still in the works. But I can't make any promises yet. All right. Where are we? Let's see. I'm missing all the chats here. Thank you for singing to my mother. Shirley is the best. She turned 79. Sun spins today. I talk about Bruno. That's wonderful. Happy birthday, Shirley. That's wonderful. Bug Dugger says, that's me. I'm just saying hi. Little bugs in the machine. Hi, Bug Dugger. Welcome. All right. Let's do this. We have a couple things to do. Court for Judge Boyd starts later in the day. Court for the Rust trial starts at 9 a.m. Mountain Time. It might be a game time decision if we're able to take that one. So keep your fingers crossed there. Let's see. People are still looking for videos of Welsh Lady. Any chance you could post a link? Let me do it one better. Let me post a link to her channel, which I have right here. Welsh Lady can be found right here. She would love a subscription. She has, last time I checked, she had
a video of roaches fighting.
Really?
I don't know who won.
Last time I checked, she had 201 subscribers. Let me just refresh and see where that went. She's up to 216 now. You could be to number 217. So that link is in chat. If you saw that go by, it's right here. You might have to scroll up just a little bit to find that. But great stuff. Let's see. I go meet my attorney today. Ironically, he represented the Gabby Petito's family. Wow. A little bit of news out of Florida on that front as well, as the family came to a confidential agreement. The two families. There will be no trial in that instance. So that broke yesterday as well. The Rust trial, we know the jury has been seated. They are starting trial at 9 a.m. Eastern or 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So we're waiting for that. Ira says, now I want to say hi too. Did you get my email with a semi-truck chase from LA? Zimmy, I woke up at whatever dark 30 it was when there was a semi-truck chase from LA. And I watched the whole thing live because I could not sleep. I was not feeling too well last night. Feeling great now, even though I did not sleep well. So it's probably going to crash down around my shoulders here in just a minute. Rumfish, I love that I can wear this shirt and it works with a keyer. I'm over the moon. This is super exciting. All right. Thank you, Tammy, for this as well. Great choice. Great color and design choice. All right. Let's start with a funny court appearance. This one, actually, I found It was sent to us in our mod chat. A lot of times the mods talk about what's going on in some of the upcoming cases and directions the channel can go. And this was sent yesterday, and I immediately went out and pulled it down off the internet and did a little bit of little bit of editing, just a tiny bit, just so we can watch the whole thing. But this is going to be just a crazy appearance. It's a Zoom court. Okay, it's a Zoom court. Audio is pretty good on it. So let's see, where's my mouse for that computer? That's the new computer. This is an awesome one. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got audio here. Switching to 8. Here we go. This is we're picking up right at the end of one court appearance and the beginning of the next one on Zoom. And the funny thing about this court, if you take a look right here, is that they have observers. Like, there are people watching court like we do, but they're on Zoom and we can see them. So I don't know. I've never come across this before. Usually people that observe court are not visible to the rest of us, but we get to watch William Grove, who is there on his couch covered up with the blue blanket, and J. Brian Rithaler, they're both court watching, and we're watching the Honorable Judge Victoria L. Shackelford. So it's a lot to see here. It's a lot of fun, but let's start and kick it off. Here we go.
Mr. Tonga?
Paging Mr. Tonga. Mr. Tonga?
Mr. Tonga, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as soon as your attorney comes back in, I'm going to call your case. If you could just mute, but I need to see you on a criminal case, so you will have to have your camera on.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Over.
I sped up that little break, if you couldn't tell.
All right, Mr. Tonga. Okay, this is 23-2778, the People versus Ernest Tonga.
Morning, Honor. James Gazicki on behalf of Mr. Tonga. Waive reading, stand mute. He's going to plead guilty to the open intox, asking the court take it under 771.
Sir, do you understand everything your attorney just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that open intox is still a misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you could get up to 90 days for that. You understand that?
Is it garbage?
Yes.
All right, I have to tell you the maximum, sir. Looks like there's a plea agreement that you would have a delayed sentence under 771.1 for a period of 12 months. So you'd have some probation terms for 12 months and then the case would be dismissed. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, and that goes as I'm a passenger too. I'm sorry for questions, but
What's that?
and that goes as I was a passenger too, so that applies still.
Did you talk to your attorney about that?
Yes, it does apply if you're a passenger.
Yes,
Okay.
you're still guilty.
Sir, I can't give you legal advice. That's why you have an attorney. So,
Sorry about that.
okay. So, do you understand all of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you go over your constitutional rights with your attorney that are outlined on this advice of rights form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Tonga, sit down. You're making me dizzy. We're going to get through this. You're making me dizzy. All right. So you sign the advice of rights. You understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand if you're under a plea to this, you'll be waiving those trial rights. There will be no trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. To the charge of open intox, sir, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Has anyone forced you to get you to plead?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the terms of the agreement to get you to plea?
No.
Are you pleading guilty of your own free will?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, well, you're shaking your whole head no, Mr. Tonga. I have a whole book of court rules. There are questions I have to ask someone when they plead guilty. I'm not inventing these questions as I go. These are questions I must ask you. So, but I don't want you to shake your head no and tell me yes. I mean, this is a decision that you need to make, and I want to make sure that you're making it knowing and voluntarily.
Okay.
Okay.
So I talked to him. Plead me guilty. I accepted all my rights. Just plead me guilty. I got 12 months, whatever, probation.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to, Mr. Tonga? Sit down. Sir, you had a chance to meet with your lawyer.
Lawyer's looking
yes.
at him like,
is that correct? Okay. Listen. Do you want the plea or not?
Yes.
Were you in the city of Taylor on November 20th of 2023?
Yes.
Were you in a vehicle while you were in the city?
Yeah.
And did you have open containers of alcohol in that vehicle?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to accept the plea as knowing and voluntarily given. He's going to be referred to probation so we can see if any terms are necessary or if it should be non-reporting. So, Mr. Tonga, you would be eligible for early termination under certain circumstances that the probation department will go over you and with you in more detail. But you're going to get a notice within the next week to appear for a probation interview. And after that, you will get a date for sentencing. Okay?
I'm getting probation out of all of this. This is what I'm getting.
Well, you have to meet with probation so I can determine what's appropriate for you.
I wasn't even driving, but all right. All right.
All right. You know, we're going to withdraw the plea. Mr. Gazicki, I'm not accepting the plea. It's clear he doesn't want a plea.
I don't understand what's going on.
No. I'm done. Mr. Tag, I'm done with you. We're not doing this. You're not going to be forced to plea. Mr. Gazicki, I want to make sure we have this. As to arraignment, how do you plea on behalf of your client?
Waive reading, stand mute, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. We're setting a jury trial.
Okay.
So we'll get you a date, Mr. Tonga. You'll get a date of your jury trial coming up within the next few weeks, okay? And we'll see you on your jury trial date. The conditions of your bond are as follows. You're going to appear in court as directed.
Paid you, Mr. Tonga.
You're not to leave the state without permission of the court. You're not to commit any new crimes while released. You're to immediately notify the court of change of address or phone number. You're not to purchase or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may be subject to random testing at your expense. Have you been fingerprinted, sir?
Mr. Tonga.
He took off.
Oh, he left.
He took off.
Oh, wait, he's back. I think he keeps getting.
I think he actually, judge gave him some grace there.
Mr. Tonga, do you understand all of that?
I got kicked out. What did you say? I'm sorry.
You're to appear in court as directed. You're not to leave the state without permission of the court. You're not to commit any new crimes while released. You're to immediately notify the court of change of address or phone number. You're not to purchase or consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and you may be subject to testing for those substances at your expense. You can't drive a vehicle without a valid license, and you have a $500 personal bond. You'll receive notice of your next court date in the mail, sir. And you're all set.
There you go.
So I didn't accept the plea, so I have another court date, basically?
Yeah, you do. You're going to trial.
For why? I accepted my plea.
Because I did not accept your... Mr. Tonga, in order for you to plead guilty, I must accept your plea. And I am not accepting your plea.
I didn't
So
know.
I'll see you on your trial day. I will see you on your trial day, sir. You're excused.
A few minutes later.
I said thank you so much, by the way, because I'm sorry for like being late. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just, when you've got cases like this, it's important. I don't like to issue bench warrants on people.
Guess who's back?
If I don't have to. But you're all set. Give us a second. We're going to put you in a room so that you can talk to counsel on your misdemeanor matter. Okay? All right, Mr. Tonga, I see you're back. My understanding is you've been cussing out my clerks downstairs. So what are you here for? What?
Yeah, I didn't talk to no clerk.
Okay. It's a recorded. So they have a recording of you talking to them and cussing at them. Anything else? Why are you back? What can I help you with?
I was wondering what was going on. The attorney didn't let me know what I was getting. So when he told me that I was getting probation for 12 months or whatever, it surprised me. So that's why I reacted the way I reacted.
All right. We're going to have an in-person hearing.
It's getting worse.
But I didn't know what was going on.
You're going to be here in person next Monday.
I called the court.
And you're going to be here at 9 a.m. next Monday.
Okay.
Which is February.
She struggles with the dates for a minute.
February 26th for an in-person hearing at 9 a.m.
Okay.
226?
And that.
Wait, 225. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
225 next Monday at 9 a.m. 25th is a Sunday. I'm looking at March. Nope. Hold on. Let's get this together. No, in February 26th is the month. February 26th.
Okay, so
Monday.
Monday.
At 9 a.m.
4 days.
When I was in the room and they said I was cussing, I was in the room by myself.
You're going to be here 9 a.m. in person next Monday for a hearing.
Okay.
And you're all set. We'll see you next Monday in person.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Bye, Jay. We'll see you. We'll see you on Monday. Oh man, and William slept through that part. I'm not sure. Jay Bryan, he's just chilling, court watching. But William is sound asleep. So, oh my, yes, we can watch that court. But here's what I'm saying: if we watch that, we will hear the audio, but we won't be able to see him because of the way they run the cameras in the courtroom. We'd have that same view, and that when people appear in court there, if the Zoom is live, we'd love to watch that. But let's see, what court was that? That was let's see. Hang on. Victoria. Let's see, what's her name? Shackelford. Victoria Shackelford, and she is the 23rd District Court. I can't remember where she's at. I did put together, I saw someone else did this feed previously, that they put something together previously on her court. She does live stream her court every day. So yes, we can check back in with her on Monday and see what happens with that. But I don't even know what state she's in. Is it Wisconsin? Michigan? John, as far as the charge on that one, can you explain the charge? Not driving but drunk. We don't have anything like that. I think what we have is somebody who's underage and with an open container in the vehicle. That's the allegation. And he's like, "But I wasn't driving." It's like, doesn't matter. The law says no open container with teenagers in the vehicle. So that's what he's facing. And now his chances of probation are going down the toilet. Crazy. Why did you delete page? What page? What did I delete? I don't know which one you're talking about. All right, let's see. Shackelford, they lead the expedition to Arctic or Antarctic. Must be in her blood. She's a powerful person. First Circuit Court, Division F, Escambia County, Florida. Okay, Greeners, thank you. I knew someone would have the answer. Greeners, you're absolutely right. Let me make sure I've got this on the docket list for, let's see, what is it, February 26th. It's the same day we have Robert Cremo. Let's see, insert. Give me a second here. We'll get all the pertinent details in here. So we're going to call him J. Ernest, even though I think his name is Ernest Tonga. This is in Escambia County in the great state of Florida. And we have a link to there. Okay. All right. I think we're good. So that's on the calendar. We've got that saved for Mr. Tonga. And it's going to be 9 a.m., right? Notes. All right. So with that in mind, Judge Victoria Shackelford is live right now with her, is just getting ready to do her business, basically. Let's see. Let me get this, like the appearances for the day.
Give me just one moment to get the file here.
Hang on.
Okay. I mean, he's there.
So we're gonna jump in with her and just see what's up this morning. See if what we saw was normal for the day. But man, that's going to be a great video. Let's see. Waiting on Adam Montgomery. Greener's coming in hot with all the... Greener's has tons of info. He's got all the details. He's bailed... She... Greener's... I'm sorry. The person known as Greener's... I am so bad with genders. I remember names and not faces. Greeners, boy, girl, I don't know which you are. I cannot never remember. Great with info. Absolutely great. I think it's she. Let's see, Greeners was wrong. Where? Mr. Tonka is the personification of why we can't have nice things in Florida. Taylor, Michigan.
Mr.
Taylor,
Guzicki
Michigan.
and Miss Booth, give me just one moment. I'll call your case. I have a sidebar I'm attending to.
Sidebar.
Okay.
Okay. No harm done, Greeners. We'll go ahead and correct that. I heard the accent sounded like Michigan.
Call from Karen Ricky.
Hey, Karen. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, good. I'm glad you're feeling better.
A little bit. How are you doing?
Good. I love Greeners, but he's wrong.
Yes,
this is in Michigan.
Taylor, Michigan, right?
It's in Taylor, Michigan. It's downriver. It's Wayne County, downriver from Detroit. My hood.
It's your hood. So we might have to have you go to court and watch this one and see what happens on Monday.
It's like 94 is under construction. It would take me like 45 minutes to get there. But
no, you don't.
But I just wanted to correct the record. It's not in Florida.
Wonderful. we wouldn't put it past Florida to have something like this, but we'll let Michigan own up to the greatness that we just witnessed. So, thank you very much for correcting the record. Appreciate that.
All right. Love to you and your family.
Thank you. Have a great day. We'll see you. Bye. All right. G'day, WA. Wowzers. 5 months already. Loving it. Cheers from Perth, Western Australia. Wonderful. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Great to have you here today. Let's see. Next month, you get a yellow courthouse. Yellow, right? Yeah, yellow at 6 months. No verdict watch still, or no verdict. The watch is still on for Adam Montgomery. Let's see what's happening here in this court. The sidebar is taking a while. Yes, I'm not medicated, and Amber's feeling a little better. So you guys aren't going to get away with what you did in the past couple days. We're going to run a tight ship here today. All you have to do is watch body cam videos, and you will know how crazy Florida is. Melissa, you mentioned that. I love showing body camera videos, even though YouTube hates them. And by hate, I mean they demonetize every body camera video, almost every single one we show, which is fine. I think they still deserve to be seen. I think it's important for justice. I think the transparency is important. For me, it's a small price to pay, and I'm very much in support of that. So I love Arkansas police, usually the state police pursuits. I want to show a lot of those. Unfortunately, the channels that put those videos out do not allow sharing. They don't share very well. And they do watermark and everything else, and so they'll find you and they'll copyright strike me, and I can't do that. So I have to get my own clean copy of the Arkansas State Police pursuits and the pit maneuvers, which they do almost on a daily basis. Arkansas has a law on the books that they give that information out to residents. You can just ask them and they will give you copies, but if you are not a resident, they will not release the video. I need somebody in Arkansas who understands how to get a FOIA request for all these pit maneuvers that the state police are conducting, and can forward them to me. That's what we need. Let me know if there's an agreement we have to come to make it to make that possible. But I need somebody who understands how that works and can, on a regular basis, like nearly weekly, send some stuff my direction. So. All right, let's see. Yes, Mama Amber is better. That means you really do need to behave. Judge Shackelford has taken her time on this sidebar. I'm not sure what it's about. Wanted to see what her court was doing this morning. Let's see. We have another. Let's see. Let me find. There's another case coming up. If we're able to get the Rust stream, by the way, if we're able to get Rust, then we're going to be ditching Judge Boyd's trial. I know we're mid-trial and we try to follow them all the way through, but I'd like to. The Rust trial is a pretty big one, and it has some interesting. Considering what we just watched with the Jennifer Crumbley trial, it has some interesting implications. Where we have a Jennifer Crumbley who was found guilty of her charges, and now we have somebody else who was arguably more involved in the possibility of there being a problem, and possibly more to blame, and we'll see what happens there. I realize different states, the laws read a little bit differently, but interesting to see that. All right. There's been an arrest in Missouri on a 35-year-old homicide. It's always great to see a cold case get cracked. Let's see. Will you pay me to move to Arkansas? Unfortunately, the budget is not there yet. I'd love to be able to do that. Rust does start today, 9 o'clock Mountain. Check out Kent Cody Barlow in Utah. Barlow's. I used to do business in southern Utah, Colorado, Nevada, and we ran into a lot of Barlow families. Well, it was one big family. Let's see. Double murder case.
You're gonna get paid, bro. You're gonna get paid, bro.
Oh man, I can't do that one. It's two toddlers. Murder of two kids. That's a tough one. We need just adults murdered is all we need. I mean, we don't want any more, but that's what we're looking for. Let's see. Yeah, Mountain Time is 1 hour prior to Pacific Time, or 1 hour ahead of Pacific Time.
All right, Miss Booth, I want to apologize again for the delay.
That's okay.
Are we ready? Yes. Okay. I know sometimes it looks like I'm just sitting here, but my court recorder's trying to get a hold of people and she can only do one thing at a time. So anyway,
that's fine.
Okay. So, all right, this is 232623, the People versus Deanna Booth.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Kazik on behalf of Ms. Booth. Your Honor, the open intocks and tinted windows will be dismissed. Ms. Booth owes on a double parking, 328. She said she could take care of that almost immediately.
Is that accurate, Ms. Booth? Does that all sound right to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so the tinted windows will be dismissed. The open intocks will be dismissed.
Okay.
And then the bond was posted by a third party, but you do have the civil infraction, so you just need to come and pay on that.
Okay.
Because since that bond's not in your name, we can't apply the bond.
Okay, so should I have my father go back up because he's the one that posted the bond?
Yeah, and he can apply the bond if he wants, but I can't apply a third party bond.
Okay.
So I'm just going to write 30 days to pay.
Okay.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, you too.
We didn't even need an attorney there. That's cool.
All right, Bishop.
I'm excited for Monday. That's going to be awesome. I know Judge Simpson's live as well. Watching Victoria Shackelford. Okay, so. All right, where are we? Court TV is the pool cameraman on arrest, so we're trying to work around that. Same lawyer as Ernest. Yes, the lawyer that was on there is the public defender. So he takes a lot of the cases. All right. Need to change the title of this taping.
This is 230348, the People versus Christia Orr, and we're here today for a restitution hearing. Mr. Zick is present in the courtroom. We have an interpreter for the complaining witness here. Ms. Orr is here only one person is missing, and that is Miss Orr's attorney. Miss Orr's attorney is the individual that, and she has a right, and I'm not faulting you at all, she's a right to an in-person hearing on this. But her attorney is the one that made that request, and her attorney has failed to appear. This was set an hour ago. This was set, well, it was set at 9, strike that. This was set a half hour ago. We have been trying to contact your attorney. My court recorder has spent the better half of her morning, the last half hour, trying to get a hold of him. Ms. Orr, have you also been trying to get a hold of your attorney?
Correct.
All right, and he's not here, and we can't proceed without him. Mr. Interpreter, can you tell me your name?
My name, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Yasir Al-Sabai, the qualified Arabic interpreter.
Okay, can you spell your first and last name for my court recorder?
Sure.
Or do you have a card?
That's what
I just want to make sure she gets that down right.
Yeah.
So, sir, one more time, can you tell me your last name?
Al-Sabai.
Okay, Mr. Al-Sabai, so you've been here since 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
or sooner?
Before 9, yes.
All right, and it's my understanding that you have another appearance in a court of higher jurisdiction?
I do have another case with Judge Abraham at the Third Circuit Court in about 15 minutes. 15?
Yeah. You're excused, and we'll talk to you. If you can just explain to Mr. Kadim what's happened here today, and we're going to have to set another date, and I will address this with my court administrator, and we'll seek whatever remedies we need to with respect to defense counsel, but I want you to be able to make it to your next hearing.
Oh, thank you.
New attorney incoming. Yeah, we do have about 45 minutes before the live stream for the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial begins. They're in New Mexico. So we're doing a little court hopping ahead of that. And Bree is actually in the courtroom she was there yesterday for jury selection. Should be there today as well. So we might get some good inside information from court as well today. Let's see. The attorney has his verdict eyebrows on, waiting for the Adam Montgomery verdict. That was Mr. Farag. He actually didn't show up for the defense portion of his trial. He left as soon as the state rested at lunch. Farag, F-A-R-A-G. Reverend Beasy wasn't feeling well the other day. I will reach out and see. Bree's walking into the courthouse right now. Lots of news reporters lined up for shots before we start. Rosie, we have not been following the Adam Montgomery verdict, so it's probably just going to be announced in chat just when somebody hears it. And then it will probably be announced again for the next 45 minutes for anyone who is behind I just didn't realize it was already announced. That's the way it normally goes. That's not a case that, if you're following that case, we're not going to like save it for you. If you're here, we imagine it's because you don't want to be there. But that's all. Are you giving me all the mail? Okay. Major issue with courts not working. Already, many of the reporters who typically tweet and follow court cases are announcing that they're having trouble getting online, and they're not sure how they're going to do that today. So unless they can run out and get a working cell phone, it might be limited information right now. You should have a chat buddy system. Everyone check on your neighbor. That's a great idea, Greeners. Can check in. All right. If nothing's happening here, we might just temporarily jump over to Judge Cedric, who is in court right now.
Your Honor, Michael Vincent on behalf of Calvin Patterson. Your Honor, today's date time set for a probable cause conference. We're requesting a prelim exam. If we could bump it, go it past the March 5th date.
Discovery is complete.
Just yesterday sent over the 911 calls, the CAD notes, the dispatch audio, but I'm realizing I sent that to a person in Mr. Vincent's office that might not be available this week. So I don't know if Mr. Vincent wants to review that first before we set for an exam.
That might be a good idea.
Defense attorney hasn't seen the evidence.
So you'd like an adjournment?
Yes. That may be even a better idea.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned to, will the 7th work for him? It's amazing. It's amazing you can't keep your own schedule. March,
no comment.
March 7th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Court does call the case of the People versus Tracy Vincent. 2 cases. Other side.
Oh, I was you pointing over there?
No, I was asking him.
Oh, okay.
Ready, Judge? Oh no, it's I'm on.
Prosecutors on Zoom.
I am. Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Fleming, P75946, appearing on behalf of the people, special prosecuting from Lenawee County.
Thank you, sir.
Ready, Judge Torshow Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Tracy Vincent, to my right at the podium. Please state your name for the record.
Tracy Alexander.
Same time set for a PCC in this matter, Judge. I believe this is also a forensic evaluation we're waiting for that has not come back yet. They are trying to restore Mr. Vincent to competency, and I do not have a copy of any update. I don't know if Mr. Fleming had, I do not have.
It looks like the last update we received was from February 5th, indicating the time on 23F55048 has expired, but the time on 23F55044 has not as of yet. So I will leave it into the Honor's discretion what we do with the 5048 case. But it looks like we're still waiting for admission on the 5044.
So it seems to me that the best move would be to adjourn both out.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me, Judge. Mr. Vincent.
I'm doing.
Mr. Vincent does want me to make a request, Your Honor. Obviously, this matter was referred for competency. Mr. Vincent would like to have a hearing on his competency. Although I do not have any additional information to add, we have not done an independent evaluation, but he would like to have a hearing on that matter if the court would allow. I don't have any additional.
Well, we're waiting on one other report.
I understand that, Judge, but he wants me to request a hearing. I told him I would do that, Judge.
Your Honor, under Michigan law 3302020, a person or defendant can only be determined incompetent to stand trial if they are incapable of understanding the nature of the nature and the object of the proceedings against them, my attorney can tell you that I'm not.
Can rationally assist in their defense, which I don't know.
Exactly.
Which I don't know that you're doing right now, but go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't. But my attorney can tell you that even my attorney, Andrew Banners, back in April last year, stated that I was not incompetent to stand trial. Police officers put in the report that I made statements that I was suicidal, that I wanted to get murdered, statements that I didn't make that could be found on the body cameras that I did not make. And it's false statements that was made that committed me to the treatment that I'm being sent to right now, which is illegal. It's also a felony under the Michigan law 750-410A. So I did not make any statements. I understand the nature and the proceedings against me. I understand the charges. I understand the preliminary exam. This is my first time in here. You know what I mean? And I just like to request a hearing to challenge the forensic.
On one of your cases, I don't have a report.
So he has to wait for your report, he's saying, for the second case that has not come back yet.
Right, but they've already said I was incompetent to stand trial, and I've been incompetent the whole time. That's what I'm saying. I've understood the nature of the proceedings the whole time. Even Andrew Banner said it back in April last year, and this is holding me up in violation of my Sixth Amendment right to speak.
Where are you going, Mr. Banner?
If you can remember.
Obviously, Judge, I'm not a doctor, and either is Mr. Bennett to my knowledge, but I have been able to communicate with Mr. Vincent, but I don't have any additional information to provide. I don't have an independent evaluation. I have nothing to offer in terms of evidence, but he would like to have a hearing on that issue otherwise.
Doesn't make any sense to do one and then the other report because I have no idea what that's going to say.
Understood.
So I'm going to adjourn the competency hearing. I don't have the report. And what I will do, and Mr. Vincent, listen very closely. I guess if you've read the statute, you understand how this works. I'm going to give you a date that's going to be in April. However, if a report comes in before then, it can be set earlier than that. It will be moved up. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I think he has one more request, Judge.
Okay, let me set the date and then I'll deal with the request. Go ahead. The hearings will be set for April 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. What's his other request?
I think he wants to address his bond.
Go ahead. That's worked very well today.
Yeah, I understand, Judge. He's been incarcerated, I believe, for over 7 months on this matter. 11 months on this matter, Judge. Obviously, he's still pending the forensic evaluation being completed, but he would like the court to consider addressing his bond. I do know his mother is involved in his life. She did come to his last court date to support him. We would ask the court to consider a reduction in his bond despite the pending forensic evaluation.
Respond to the people.
Judge, these are very serious cases. He has quite an extensive record. People would request bond remain the same.
All right. His bond is set actually at a relatively minimal amount of $5,000 cash surety each case, given the nature of the charges. Motion for bond reduction is denied.
So he's going to leave it where it is. We'll talk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good rest of the day.
You do the same, sir.
Thank you.
Wow. He sounds very together.
Let's call the case. People versus Benny Denovi.
Your Honor, good morning. For the record,
We haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Feaster, and you got all the cases. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, why has he got a advertising political sign?
Go ahead, Mr. Attorney
Cox
General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. For the record, my name is Mark Burke. My P number is 54935. I'm with the Attorney General's Office, appearing for the people.
Ready to get Judge Torshio Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Benny Denovi, who is on Zoom. Mr. Denovi, please state your name for the record.
Who does Mr. Denovi look like?
Benny Denovi. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is that Ms. Gaines handled this case last time. Mr. Denovi did have a motion that was, I believe, filed in the family court That motion was ruled on in his favor in terms of his child support arrearages, I believe. But there's a window for the other party to appeal that decision.
To object to the recommendation.
Correct. Yes, Judge. So I am asking, or have been told to ask for an adjournment past that window.
It's a 21-day objection period.
Yes, Judge.
And so the ruling came when?
On the 5th, I believe I was told.
I think it was the 6th.
The 6th.
So if I go to March 7th, we should be good.
We should be good.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Judge. I guess the only question I have for Mr. Feaster is whether or not, is there an income withholding order in place right now?
Is there a holding with order?
Does anybody want to call?
Income withholding?
I have no idea, to be honest
the
with you.
Assistant Attorney General and ask him if that's a hatch violation.
Yeah.
Well,
he has no idea.
Campaign
there was some
adds up.
discussion at the last hearing about defendant's new employment, and there was a payment of $500 made in about 10 days ago or so, but it was not through an income withholding order, so I wasn't sure if there was one in place or not.
I did provide friend of the court with all the information to send the withholding order. I don't know if that's been issued yet. I mean, it may be pending.
For an income withholding order? Is that what you said, sir?
Yeah, I provided the friend of the court with all of the information for the employer to contact the employer and set up the to provide them with the withholding order, but I don't know.
Okay, if he did that, if that's correct, it's just going to take some time for that to go through and click in.
Okay, no problem.
March 7th,
March 7th,
2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Mr. Attorney General, I know it's not intentional on your part, but I don't allow, in your background, you probably didn't notice that I don't allow political signs in the background. So if you could just make sure to rectify that for me.
Yeah, you're talking about the sign with Mike Cox?
Well, thank you for advertising that too. Yes, that's on.
Sorry, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, no problem, Judge. Appreciate that.
Okay, we're on it. Don't allow political advertising.
That's called the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Felix Columby.
Your Honor, Uwe Dahl appearing with and on behalf of Felix Columb on both files. Felix, please take it.
Felix Columb.
Thank you. On the older case, the 0641, we adjourned that one for the more recent one to be filed, which has now happened this month. We're here on the first protocol conference on that case.
Yes.
Discovery is ongoing and may still take a while. After that, we would like to discuss all matters of Mr. Columb's, including circuit court matters, with the prosecutor's office and perhaps resolve them all in one.
All right.
So we're looking for an adjournment, please, on both cases. And I was thinking to go out 4 weeks.
To the 21st?
Yes, please.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, thank you.
Probable cause conference, March 21st, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued on both matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Court does call the case of the people versus Kawana. I think it's Kawana Hardy.
Your Honor, AAG.
Assistant Public Defender Tina Apple appearing on behalf of Ms. Hardy. Ms. Hardy, will you please state your name for the record?
Kawana Hardy.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment. We have not received discovery on this matter. I did reach out yesterday to the Attorney General's office, but we'd like some time to receive that and review that.
Any objection? How much time are you going to need?
Your Honor, if we could have 3 or 4 weeks.
March 21st, 2025, 24, excuse me, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Apparently, I'm not liking how this year is going.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of people versus Demetrius Roberts, 3 cases.
Morning, Your Honor. Edward Lucas on behalf of Demarius Roberts, who is approaching.
Demarius Roberts, thank you.
Your Honor, today's the time and date set for our press conference. There is still some negotiation that's ongoing. I'm asking for a 2-week adjournment so we can further that negotiation.
No objection.
No objection.
Probable cause March 7th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continue. Can you get these from? Court calls the case People versus Nishan Eagleston.
Hello, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Hannah Apple on behalf of Mr. Eagleston. Will you please state your name for the record?
Nishan Eggleston.
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment of this matter. Our AIM division is working on a mitigation report for Mr. Eggleston. So we'd ask for 3 to 4 weeks. Wow.
Has he been testing?
I did receive that report this morning. I am standing in for Mr. Overwater on it, but my understanding is that he was placed on probation in Saginaw, Chippewa Tribal Court, and that he is signing in release so that his testing results will be put to community corrections.
Have you signed the release for a facility where you're being tested to send that down to our community corrections, sir?
I can send that down pretty soon, but I haven't yet, sir. I can send that today.
Haven't yet what?
I haven't yet signed it, Your Honor. A release. Why? Because they just started me on probation about 2 days ago, and I just need to get my bearings together.
Get my bearings.
Your Honor, I can follow up and make sure that that release is signed.
All right. How much time did you need on this?
If we could have 3 to 4 weeks.
Best wishes to your brother-in-law.
Not objection. Probable cause March 14th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Daquan Delane.
On behalf of People.
And good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Meyer on behalf of Daquan Delaney. Mr. Delaney, once you get to the podium, could you state your name for the record?
Daquan Delaney.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. This is time and date set for a probable cause conference. We're asking the court to set this for the next available preliminary exam.
Discovery complete?
We believe so.
People have their witnesses available March 5th.
That work, or do you want?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a different way of saying that.
Preliminary examination in person will be set March 5th, 2024, 9 a.m. That will be before Judge Perry.
And I see you. Yep. That was Judge Perry, Your Honor?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, a bond request, but one that I think should be fairly straightforward, hopefully. I'm asking for a small cash bond to be set in this matter so that Mr. Delaney can earn credit. He is held on another matter.
I have his bond at 10,000, 10% on this case.
Oh, you posted it?
Yeah, it's better.
So he could get credit. We're trying to build his cash bond credit rating.
All right, then I guess we'll just look where it is then, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, Attorney General
just a heads
knows
up,
better
I'm going to
to
have
do
to
that.
take a break in a little bit. Got to talk to 8 of my closest friends that I met this morning from the law school and then come back. And I appreciate everybody being kind of on their best behavior. Court calls the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Boink.
Boink?
On behalf of People.
Boink, you're up.
Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Mr. Boink, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Boink, can you please...
Boink, can you unmute? Turn on your camera and state your name, please.
Michael Boink.
Thank you.
Oh, Boink.
All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd adjourned last time, is my understanding, to look into whether or not my client was interested in doing drug treatment court or mental health treatment court. We have discussed amongst ourselves as to whether or not that would be the appropriate next step. He just needs to see if he can get approval for that and in eligibility in Petoskey. So we would just be asking for probably 3 weeks in order to try and accomplish that.
Any objection from the people?
No objection.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned March 14th, 2024.
Thank you, Your Honor.
9 a.m. bond continued.
Megan, we're bailing on the birthday trial. We had that as a filler, but
Court does call the case.
Rust is
People
coming
versus
through for us.
Cervantes Freeman.
Andrew Chilvett is appearing on behalf of people. Assistant Public Defender Jake Ellinger on behalf of Mr. Freeman, who appears.
Other side, Cal. There you go.
I was used to being in the other court. Apologies.
Well, get used to being here.
Mr. Freeman, can you please state your name for the record?
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we would just be asking for an adjournment of this case past the date of 2/23/24. That being the date in which Mr. Freeman is due to be extradited. We would be asking for like a 3-week adjournment so that we can seek to revisit the cases that he has here while he's over in Nebraska. But that is where he's headed in 2 days.
None of that made any sense to me.
I'm sorry. Mr. Freeman is being extradited
Nebraska.
To Nebraska.
Correct. Yeah, I got that.
He has these pending cases. And so I'm just seeking a 3-week adjournment so that he can get over there. We can see about resolving these while he's in over there.
Okay, while he's in Nebraska.
Correct.
And he's set to be extradited on the 23rd.
That is my understanding.
Of this month?
Yes, Your Honor.
Friday, tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, why don't they do this? Because they're going to have to figure out exactly where he is. Probable cause conference, March 21st. 2024, 9 a.m. bond. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, court's going to stand in brief recess.
Judge is going to go hang out with 8 of his closest friends he met this morning. Somebody from law school, I think, from court. Like, they're in law school. He's talking to them. All right, so while that happens, we're just... Oops. Ooh, stay seated, apparently. Don't get up and move, because the bailiff will tell on you. Have you considered mentholatum pucks to use in your rain machine? I'm downing these Halls because they match with my shirt. I'm downing these Halls menthol candies. They say cough drops, but I'm pretty sure they're candy the way I'm eating them. All right. Nothing gets decided. Wendy, I realize that. So many times, so many appearances happen before anything happens. And basically the reason for that is actually a valid reason. No, you're not supposed to sit in jail indefinitely with nothing happening on your case, right? You're supposed to, have progress, have your speedy trial and everything. And so we have these processes in place that are supposed to ensure that things are moving forward. That Sarah Boone's case situation doesn't happen. And so that helps. There are different steps that have to be completed. There are different people involved in your case that need time to do their parts. Your attorney is going to need time to look at all the evidence. The state needs time to make sure they have all the evidence together and sorted and provided over to you, to your defense. The court needs time to schedule you in the calendar, and so all these things happen. And during those things happening, there are these appearances just to make sure things are moving forward. So it's frustrating, especially if you're the one locked up and you're waiting for something to happen. On your case. Just ask Sarah Boone. All right. Nosy Rosie, I also like the color of this shirt. I like the flavor of the Halls. They keep me able to talk. All right. Rain machine equals shower. A mentholatum puck in the shower? I've never heard of that. Wendy, you're right, though. It's very frustrating. You start looking at these people. One of the gentlemen that we just heard in the court with Judge Cedric was saying, I've been held for 11 months, pending this report. It's frustrating. I don't think it's right. We shouldn't have somebody held just like, hey, there are serious charges. And it's like, yeah, but I'm not guilty. The court says I'm innocent until proven guilty, and you guys are keeping me locked up until then. So frustrating. All right, let's see. Rust starts in a few minutes. I think we're starting in a few. Let's see what we've got here. Let's go here, so I can see this. I think it starts in half an hour. Half an hour on that one. Judge Boyd is live. We're not going to stick with Judge Boyd for her jury trial. I realize we watched the first part of that murder trial with her, but we can check in to see how she's doing this morning if you guys would like.
Larry Evans.
We always jump
Larry
in right as she
Evans.
calls. I think she's calling roll.
Jose Ruiz, custody. Why is that on here? Okay. Hank Finney. Hank Finney. Ruben Solis, or Salas, Ruben Salas. Journey Escobedo, custody. Stevie Stokes. Stevie Stokes. Madison Delosier. Joe Hernandez, custody. MC Reed, custody. Angel Gonzalez is at 11. Julian Martinez,
Angel
custody.
Gonzalez is the case we were watching.
Marcelo Flores Jr. Marcelo Flores Jr. Esperanza Vasquez. Anthony Alves, custody. Oliver Gregory, custody. Just one moment. Torrance Knowles. Aaron Bawani. Christopher Acosta. Christian Smith. Hank Finney. Alex Espinoza. Renee Torres. Raymond Amaya. Alfredo Lugo. Eduardo Lopez Tovar. Hank Maldonado. Adrian Harper. Christopher Acosta. Thank you. You're on the docket twice. Larry Evans. Hank Finney. Ruben Salas. Stevie Stokes. Marcelo Flores. Esperanza Vasquez. Anyone who came in late or your name was not called. All right, everyone, we're starting up a jury trial at 11, not at 11:01, at 11. Anyone, if your case is not resolved or your attorney is not here by then, you're going to be back here in the afternoon. Everyone, if you have a client who's in custody, request them. We have a number of inmates today. So request your inmate. Do not leave the courtroom once your inmate has been requested, because for security reasons, there's a limited number of inmates that can be brought out. So everyone, it's Friday Eve, or as we like to stay here, now that AT&T is down, the zombie apocalypse may be upon us. So put a smile on your face and joy in your heart, because we're closer to Friday than we were yesterday. Everyone, please confer.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Are we ready?
Soundbite.
We're ready? Okay.
Soundbite.
Well, you know what? Me too. There were people who did not know what to do as far as how to find directions to places because their GPS was down. And so, and you know, there's a map at the hotel, right? And the map is one of those touristy maps, so you can see everything. People were still asking, where's the Henry B. Gonzalez sitting in it?
Nobody knows how to film that.
Yeah, somebody else had that. They don't. You know,
I still have one of those books.
My mom and my brothers taught me how to read a map, so I can read a map. Can I drive a stick shift? No.
Oh.
But it should be easy to learn.
Yes, it's a little.
Yes, please teach me.
And once you get it, it's like.
Well, let me just tell you. So I learned how to drive on an automatic, right? And my mom was trying to teach me. When I first started driving the automatic, I would use 2 feet. My mom was like, what are you doing? There's only 1 foot. And so she told me to use 1 foot. So I think if I would have started with the 2, I would have been ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I'm not independent like that. I should have been doing this all along.
Yeah, okay.
But it's still so weird. Still like, I can't find it anymore.
No. All right, I'm going to do it. All right, thank you.
My shirt was a gift from Tammy Dunlap. She sent a few shirts to me and my wife as well with a little logo. You can't see because Mike's in the way, but it has a little courthouse and says RA on it.
And let me see. There are two cases that Michael DeLeon is on. Can I see the file on Andrew Arnett?
Okay, so I need to grab that audio really quickly.
Christian Smith.
Let's see, 7.
Arnett, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me a second. We're going to have some duplicate audio while I find the right spot.
Or as we like to stay here now that AT&T is down.
That's the right spot. Let's see. To route my audio through the soundboard. There we go. It's coming in. Prepare the record.
Is this on the one for?
Let's turn off their audio for a second.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. So put a smile on.
All right, there we go. We'll get their
Arnett.
audio
The
back.
other one I need is Smith.
Let's see if it worked.
Christian Smith. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
We've got it. Okay.
Andrew Arnett, come forward.
You think the command should be AT&T? Okay, so command says exclamation point AT&T would be the zombie apocalypse may be upon us. Okay, give me a second. Let me route everything around the way we need to get started. We've got a few minutes before court starts.
That's going to be recalled for March 7th. If you could do a reset form.
Jennifer, if you do have a cell phone, make sure you do turn it off. There's no talking in your take phone call, you can go outside and engage your phone out there. Are you on it?
This plug to go in here.
Stand right here, make sure you do speak loud and clear, sir.
Thank you so much. Hi. All right. All right. Your attorney is out of county. So your case is going to be reset for March 7th.
Okay.
All right. So make sure you're here March 7th at 9 a.m. And on that day, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Christian Smith. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Why were you late for court?
Trying to find parking, so I took my spot. I had run all the way over here.
All right. So here's the thing. You've been in this court before. You cannot be late. You got to make sure that you're here and pad your timing for parking and everything else. You understand?
So you have to sit here all day.
All right. Your attorney is out of county. So we'll recall you for March 7th. Okay. And how's your mom doing?
She's doing better.
All right. Don't put stress on her. You understand?
Yes.
All right. Just have a seat. They're going to call you up with your reset form. Okay.
That's awesome. The judge boys. Oh, by the way, how's your mom?
It's Christian Smith. I'll give you the file.
What? Okay.
Oh, do you?
Takes a little bit of work to there's sound 2.
Okay.
Let me turn that off so I can work here.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Can I have the file on MC Reed, please?
MC Hammer?
All right, thank you.
MC Hammer? Okay, I'm about to accidentally play music, so got to catch this really quickly.
Okay.
I didn't get that part. To the R's.
Okay. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Wow. We had some jingle bells going on. And I don't know what it was. Santa was in town just briefly. Hope you guys all got a view while he was here. I knew that was going to happen. I was using the wrong program to open the
And
file.
Joseph, we're starting up a trial at 11. Okay.
Share airdrop to that computer.
Daniel Ramirez. You did? Yes.
Of course, everything broke when I tried to do that.
That one's done.
All right, sorry,
Zach,
I am feeling great today. I'm just trying to get the soundbite working.
if you
for
can
guys.
review that and see if
We
you
are-
have any objections,
we're just-
otherwise we'll set it for a hearing.
We're chilling with Judge Boyd right
All right,
now.
thank you.
Just for a bit while we wait for Russ to
Your
start.
Honor, and this is, no, all is.
Okay.
Oh.
Come on. Why is it taking so long? Let's see here. I talk about Bruno. Thank you very much for gifted membership. That one went to Chin Chin. I'm still working on the sound effect. It'll take just a minute to get it edited. I have to just crop it down to be the right length.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Why is it?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It's not recording properly. It's dropping off. And
Eduardo Lopez Tovar.
give me a second. I've got to re-record it.
Adrian Parker.
Information to.
Lisa Garcia, Sandra Garcia.
Case numbers.
On your face, enjoying your eve, or as we like to stay here now that AT&T is down.
Do you want me to have now that AT&T is down on there? Or just have the zombie part? Do you want now that AT&T is down?
Oh, my bad.
I'm just gonna re-record it a little bit longer because it clipped it.
Been in jail 5.5 months. Partner here.
Diana,
Just zombies.
Diana.
Okay.
On these, do y'all normally sign these?
Hey, Judge Boyd, can I mute you for a
before
second?
submitting them?
Thank you.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. So put a smile on your face.
All right.
If you did that. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Okay. So now we need to export that back again. We're doing just zombie. Just zombies all. Wish I had dual USBs to my soundboard. That would be amazing.
You just can't stay away, can you? You thought you were going to your desk and have some R&R, but nope.
Nope. All right, it's working now. Here we go. Here we go. I mean, it's not working yet, but I've got the right sound clip. Let's do a quick trim.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. Yes, all of AT&T is down.
All of it.
Can you still work without that?
I'll get yelled later why I'm not responding.
Hang on, it's still getting there. I still have to build it on the other side. Okay, zombie trim is done. There's a lot to this, guys. I wish it were a quicker process. But when you guys say soundbite, or in this case, I said soundbite, I'm committing myself to about a 20-minute process here.
Well, you saw them in my first chapter. I think that was my second time. Actually, I'll tell you when I think it was my first trial.
Commands.
That was a good time. Well, it's weird because our vacation. Because it doesn't matter. It's making noise.
Okay, now I just need a keyboard. One of the 4 5s should do. It's going to be AT&T.
Yeah, Thomas won by. I'm not sitting on it. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning.
What's a good saying that pops up on screen
I have a
if people try to do the zombie command too many times? I mean, like, get off my lawn isn't quite a good fit.
How you doing, young lady? No, besides allergies, I'm doing okay. I know it's like 6 weeks I've been out.
Got about 10 minutes before trial starts.
You're welcome. Joseph Shubiak. And Mr. Bonk, if you could remain. All right. Are you Joseph Shubiak?
Yes.
All right. Your attorney, Mr. Gold, has filed a motion to withdraw. Do you have any objections to that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Are you going to be able to afford an attorney, or would you like one appointed?
I'd like one appointed.
Okay, all right, we're going to take that matter up then. And then I'll sign the motion to withdraw. Just have a seat and we'll get an attorney for you, okay? Yes.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
I wonder why he withdrew. Something about brains.
I don't know. I've been in jail 5.5 months. I got one relationship I've never seen his order 5 months in jail. So I was hoping for 1244. Daniel was somewhat hesitant. So if you collective, I'm not trying to go above being a said, y'all can look at it collectively, maybe.
Okay, I've got a little say in there. We're good.
I'll come back. Okay.
All right, and Charles?
Audio.
Yes.
She will give you the information.
Okay. Yes. On that initial, like just asking about that. I'm not asking to resolve the case.
All right, finally, file is loaded. We're going to test the volume at about 22%. That's not loud enough. Oh, I'm going to turn it up. Hang on.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
That's good. That's good. Limit actions, overlay, dynamic. Skip the queue. No. All right.
Who does he have?
Kennedy.
All my work is done.
Kennedy?
Kennedy.
Kennedy? Oh, thank you.
The command greeners is
Always good to
exclamation
see
point
you.
ATT.
Oh, I'm doing great. I can't complain. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. Oh, Mom is doing great, although the phone services are down.
I know. She can't see us today.
No, she can because she's with Comcast, but you know, the
why is there no
AT&T is
delay?
down, so.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
Young
I made
people, I don't think they'll be able to survive.
I made it so
there are
mods can
people,
bypass the
today
timeout.
walking around, they don't have GPS.
So as we watch Judge
All
Boyd
right,
here,
could I see
she has the birthday
James
murder trial
Michael
started
Kennedy,
at 11,
please?
but we are going to bail on that. I'm not sure if we're going to do a late night stream to catch up. Depends.
Before you start,
We're starting the rest trial. It's a bigger trial.
Okay. All right, who is the?
She's getting the file. I'm sorry. I hate to.
All right. Oh, no. Just give us 2 minutes, counsel. I want to get him out.
Oh, I would too, Joe. Johnny and I go way back.
That's why I'm here. My wife got me out too.
Gabriel Almanzo Vacara, come forward.
Would you like me to step aside?
Oh, just step to this side.
Take baby steps because of the shackles.
All right, counsel. We're going to recall your client for March 7th.
March the 7th. Let me see. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we'll have you back on March 7th, okay?
7 de marzo, ¿de qué sitios?
Oh, let me ask you. Can you ask your client, is he a citizen or no?
¿Es de ciudadano? No, ma'am.
All right, and so he's going to need an immigration attorney. All right.
I'll talk to one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if he'll remain in court, they're going to give him a reset form.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us. All right, so
Yes,
on that one,
indeed.
can you give him a reset form for March 7th? Okay, thank you. All right, now we're ready on Kennedy. State, are you ready?
Your Honor, the state is ready.
Retrial is open to the public. We have a watcher in
The court is
court
going
right
to call
now.
2023 CR 4168, State of Texas versus James Michael Kennedy. And defense, if y'all could move to that end. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Zach Dunn for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Anton Hayek. What did you ask me to do, Jim?
No, I'm asking your name.
Anton Hayek. But they told me to move one way.
No. Okay. So Mr. Hayek, for the record, is representing Mr. Kennedy. And are you James Michael Kennedy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You entered a plea to the offense of assault, intentionally knowing serious bodily injury of a child by omission. You entered a plea to a cap of 35 years in the prison. The state is opposing your application. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
I've had a chance to review it. I've reviewed it with my client and given him an opportunity to read it at his own pace.
Okay.
He read it at
Any
his own
objections
pace.
to the PSI report, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
Mr. Kennedy, please.
All right, Mr. Kennedy, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record, please.
My name is James Michael Kennedy.
All right. Counsel?
Mr. Kennedy, would you say this event with your daughter finding it out about cerebral palsy and having her removed from your presence because of lack of proper nutrition was a real eye-opener to you?
It was.
Man.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, could everyone please whisper? And counsel, if you could speak up for me, please.
And during the first 10 years of Michelle's life, did you think there was anything unusual about her not being able to eat solid foods? Well, other than that, she probably should have.
Given her state with cerebral palsy, I didn't know.
And the primary caretaker, Michelle, was Norma, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you live with Norma, you're not married to her.
Yes, sir.
Did Norma ever have any complaints to you about something she wasn't allowed to do for Michelle?
No, sir.
Okay. And
as we're moments away from getting our feed,
and you're happy with this.
We're gonna bail on the judge here for just a minute. Let's see, where's another? Let's go here. Let's go right there. All right, we're gonna bail on that. We're just waiting for the feed to get lined up. The new trial we're jumping to is the Rust murder trial. Well, it's a death was involved. This was an incident that occurred on the set of the Rust movie. This is Alec Baldwin's movie. I believe he was producing and directing this, and he was also acting in it. And during the movie, in one of the scenes, there are a couple individuals. Alec was one of them, who was interacting, and it was between scenes. So they were planning or reenacting or testing or doing a run through of what it would look like if we did this or this. And one of the things he did was he's holding a firearm, and he said what would look like if we shot, and he used the firearm and he pointed it and pulled back the hammer and let go, and it fired, and it killed the person he was shooting at. Well, that's what guns do. Mr. Baldwin says he did not know the gun was loaded. There is an armorer who's responsible on the set to make sure the guns are all safe and not loaded. And she inadvertently, we think, loaded the firearm with live rounds instead of dummy rounds. So that's where we're at. So now she is being tried. I think the worst penalty she can get is 18 months in prison. I believe Mr. Baldwin, is also facing charges. So this is going to be an interesting trial for sure. So let me see if we can get everything lined up here for you. Okay. Got to close down Thurston County. Judge Boyd. full screen. Just waiting for court feeds to line up. All right. AT&T being out is a little bit of a trouble for everybody. Let me know if yours comes back on. Yes, we're trying to cover the Rust trial. Sharon, a possibility we can do that. I can't do them both at the same time. I have the equipment to do them both at the same time now, but it's difficult for me to monitor both at the same time because of audio issues. Camera woman was shot, I believe so. I believe 2 people were injured. One injured, one fatally shot. Okay, still waiting for a court here in New Mexico to get going. I'll bring it to you just as soon as we can. The director was killed, and the camera woman was injured, I think. This morning when I turned on my AT&T phone, well, it was on already, but this morning it said that I had SOS service, which means it would work for calling 911, but nothing else. But now I don't even have that. So the cinematographer was killed. The videographer was killed. Apparently everybody died. Director, cinematographer, videographer. We're going to get our facts straight here soon. She was the cinematographer. Director shot but alive. Cinematographer was killed. I think that sounds most correct.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be. We're practically there. So realize that court in Mexico, I believe, starts in 25 minutes. We are, it's funny you should mention this, Jamie C. We are going to do a group drawing for this, for the thumbnail. We're going to take your input once again. I realize it's sad, it's tragic. This is a life that was lost here. But as we deal with heavy topics, we often find reasons for moments of levity. At the same time, we're not mocking in any way the life that was lost, the family members that were hurt. But we are going to do a thumbnail image on this one, and it will be a group activity, as was the previous one that we did together. Carib says, Helena Hutchins was killed. Joel Souza, another director, was shot in the shoulder. Cameraman was not hit. Yeah, not everyone died. I was joking. About that. My apologies. I'm going to blame the medicine from yesterday. Levity is needed at times. B. May, the birthday party murder trial is not over. And now I see it's not on today. B. May, I can give you the link for where to watch it. It's on Judge Boyd's YouTube channel. It is on. We were watching Judge Boyd's court as we waited for our bigger trial to start, and that bigger trial has started. So we're going to be departing that trial. If you want to stick around with Judge Boyd and watch that, you can do that. You can just search for Stephanie Boyd in the YouTube search bar, and that judge has her own YouTube channel, which is how we're able to watch her court, and she will be starting that court at 11 o'clock Central Time today. So that trial is continuing at 11 o'clock Central, and then it will continue all day tomorrow. Helena was from the Ukraine. She left a son and her husband. She was only 42. Lego My Briefs, we don't need any submissions of actual artwork. I think I'm going to have to use the artwork available to me so I can make sure that I don't violate any copyrights on that, because I have permissions for all the artwork that I have here. But if you have items that you would like me to suggest to include in the thumbnail, we could do that. So basically, first, where I think it would be appropriate to start with some sort of a scene. I'm thinking like an old Western town. That was my gut feel of how we're going to start. So let me get everything queued up for our backdrop, as we've got just a few minutes here before court starts. Okay. We're starting with a Western town. So off the top of my head, I'm thinking water tower, possibly. Let's see. Okay, now we're getting some audio. Hold on just one second, guys. Let's see if we're missing some stuff here. No. It's on 3. Okay, we're still waiting for audio. Court is live. We just don't have audio. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find a feed that has it.
Have them send someone with more experience.
The ones that we don't want televised?
Yes, and that will only be one video,
Okay.
and that will be from the first witness.
Okay. So we'll give Court TV the heads up on that. On that.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
This is not my chair. I'm having a little trouble. All right. Let me
Getting
just
everything
ask George
finalized. I'll have it on the
what's
screen in
status.
just a second, guys.
And are we ready for the jury?
Not quite yet.
Counsel?
Yes. Sure.
Yes, we are. Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. I guess we're ready for the jury. There's our defendant, Mrs. Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
Bring the jury.
We do have an observer in court, Brianne, so we're going to keep an eye out for Brianne. All the attorneys are going up to a sidebar here. We don't know the key players here. We'll learn their names as time goes on here. Counter ideas. Number of times Alec Baldwin's mentioned. Anything else that would be of interest to count in this trial? The ABC, Alec Baldwin counter. Is that what we're going for? No, we've been in New Mexico before this. Wasn't Dean Cummings in New Mexico? Our second or third trial? I'm not going to say blame. I think the number of times they're going to mention his name, it could be high. Yes, she was in charge of the props. She was specifically in charge of the firearm props. Okay, so we're going to do the Alec Baldwin counter. Number 1 will be 6. It's currently at 0. Let me build a little cover for this. That's too big. Oh, I'm not sure what's holding the jury up, but this is taking a while.
Bring the jury.
Court's nice and quiet. Looks like we have our multiple pan tilt zoom cameras set up, which we like. This will give us good coverage.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
We're hearing that the first witness may be stuck in a traffic accident or stuck behind a traffic accident. So a possible delay here.
Now let Murdoch stole it.
Yes, we're in the state of New Mexico, the great state of New Mexico. Okay, so while I'm trying to pay attention, I'm doing two things. I need to have a label for our counter, which is going to be the ABC, the Alec Baldwin counter. And I'm also doing a thumbnail. So let's get some artwork going. Thinking like a Wild West type look.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I can't do too many buildings. See, I've got a few options here.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Oh. Found a good one, guys. No. So close.
I'm not a camel.
so now they turn on the mics when the judge leaves. This is great. Let's do camera 2 is going to be 2. Like this one a little better. All right. Okay, here's where we are. Let's we live here now, guys. This is home. All right, let me show you what I am working on, or at least my rough idea for the thumbnail. Okay, ready? All right, so here's our thumbnail. How about this for a backdrop? It's got that New Mexico feel. It clearly has the cactuses and stuff and everything that would tell us that this is in the desert, without putting us, having us build the desert. So we can put things in front of the cactus and everything else. Vince, good morning. Thank you, my friend, for the super chat. Appreciate that very much. L Diamonds as well says, I love my new courthouse color. Love RA and everyone in chat too. I live here now. Yes. So this is the best. We are going to go once again with a more cartoon type appearance. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a church on there. And stagecoach. So for now, we're going to just add the text. I cannot see when I do this. Okay, here we go. We need to add some text, which is going to be do you want it to be Hannah Gutierrez or Rust movie trial? Let's do Rust movie trial right here. We're going to make this, in our signature, wow, the yellow just fades into the sky, but might work. Need a little bit more bold here. And actually, let's see if we can go with something that looks more cowboyish. Intro Rust. No, that's almost Comic Sans Serif. What's an old font? Is this too thin? SF in Texas, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Appreciate your continued support. Times Old Roman, says Greeners. Oh man, this one looks a little thin. Its readability is low on this one. I need something a little bit more, a little bit more Maury. Copperplate Gothic. I could see this one working. Throw that in a bold. Yes. I can see this one. This one would work for sure. And this logo, this title can move for sure. But let's center that thing top to bottom. Let's put that. That didn't work. Line spacing. Give me a 3. Nope. What's up with the spacing here? Come on, guys. Okay, we're going to leave it. Well, it's subject to change, okay? So this is going to be up here, maybe about there. Let's go back to court here briefly and see if anything's happened. Nope, it hasn't. We're listening in case it does, but nothing's happening yet. SF in Texas, my very first time joining any channel as a member. I'm honored. SF in Texas, thank you very much. There's a cowboy font. Say no more. Say no more. Where was that? Right here. It has to be available in Canva. Let's see. Let's type cowboy here. We've got Space Cowboy. Oh, look, the B didn't work. Surprise, surprise. Still. B. Oh, now it works twice. Cowboy. I've only got Space Cowboy. I'm not against this one. It seems to work with the general motif. Obviously, we can't do it in a bold. But yeah, I'm good with this. Space Cowboy it is. I don't know what we're gonna have some tumbleweeds. Oh, let's see what we have for tumbleweeds. Yes, we have tumbleweeds for sure. Sizing will change, but we'll keep that around for right now. Treehouse trial had crack. We had weeds. The R looks a little odd. It does, but it's bold. It stands out. It grabs your attention. It's like the black is like the next color down. If this as we're looking at the shades of the sky, right? Because it's almost like sunset colors. You got the yellow, the orange, the red, the maroon, and then the black would be the next letter down, next color down. So I think it works. There's a font called Wanted. Oh man, from Wanted posters. You guys, this just keeps getting better and better. I'm not seeing it in Canva, unfortunately. And I'm sorry, I'm ignoring chat while I look at all these pretty fonts. What font is the Wanted poster in? Can you move it up so it doesn't chop the butte? How about that? Is that too high? Or does that work? Okay, we're back in court here. Remove the yellow backgrounds on the font. I think it works with the color. It's the brightest part of the sky as it gets brighter, lighter, higher and higher. To brighten the colors. You guys, clearly you think I'm working with more powerful software than I am. We'll definitely add Revolver. We'll add Church, but we're going to wait until different elements are brought up during the trial to add those. I brought the butt back. The butte, excuse me. I'm bringing butt back. Yellow attracts the viewers, says Evie. There it is. I've used yellow on almost all my thumbnails. Needs a Roadrunner, New Mexico State bird. These are great ideas. But it's a juror, not a witness that was stuck in a traffic accident. Big Mike, I cannot download fonts, unfortunately. I just have to go with what's available in Canva. There's the Buffalo font. I'm not. Oh. Buffalo Gal. Oh. That is good. That is good. But now I have to remove the effects. This is what we've got. This is a good font. Buffalo Gal. I'm covering the butt again, but there we go. We'll put this over there so the butt has its own space. Cowboy boots with rusty spurs. Save all these ideas, and here's what I want you to do. As trial goes on, if you can make some suggestions, and what we'd like to do is add to the thumbnail as the case goes on. And we're not doing this just as a joke. Honestly, I'm a visual learner. And as the case progresses, when I have a thumbnail that I can look at and I can say, oh, this is what's happened in the case, everything, it prompts my memory as we can see things that have been talked about. So this won't be the only trial. That's right. There will be another one. A wanted poster with Ricky Watson on it. I might need some help designing that one. So as a juror is still stuck in traffic, wondering maybe if they're on AT&T and their GPS is not working. Let's see. Now I need to build the ABC counter overlay. Give me a second. Just going to redesign the sorry not sorry counter. Let's see, we're going to need this to be in black. I have to just guess on this one. My apologies, guys. You guys are saying great things, and I'm ignoring them. Dusty Den, member for 9 months, says, fun fact, the quintessential Western tumbleweed is actually an invasive plant spread by settlers. It's native to Russia. I tell you, I have driven in Idaho during a windstorm, and I have seen tumbleweeds larger than my car. They're huge. Send a text with suggestions for fonts in Canva that have a Western feel. Thank you, Karina. Everyone is texting like crazy in the gallery of court right now, which we can't see, but our viewer is letting us know. Well, my burner phone is getting very slow updates. I don't know why it's, I guess it's linked to AT&T. Karina, you've got some great samples here. I'll have to look at that. Old Windmill, yes. See Ayevamos message. Where is her message? I'm scrolling up looking for it. I can't. Don't see where it's at. Cowboy boots with rusty spurs.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Okay. Can't see. Oh, there it is. No saguaro cactus in New Mexico. Ah. None? Not even somebody brought one in and planted it in their yard? I can't take the cactus out. That's like a whole background. Hang on, guys. Hello? 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 Man, I was going to get my Medicare Part C lined up. Dale Mox, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Need scorpions. We have tons of saguaro in Arizona. They are protected. No confirmed specimens of wild saguaros have been found anywhere in Nevada or New Mexico, Texas, Colorado, Utah, nor in the high deserts of northern Arizona. The northern limits of their range are in the Hualapai Mountains in Arizona. They are in the northernmost columnar cacti in the Americas. So not really true. No cactus. So what we could do, I could zoom in a little bit on the picture. Show you what we could do. I could take the background and zoom in, and then we could cover the remaining cactus with, oops, let's see. Let's see. How do I detach it from? Oh, that is it. So I could take it like this, and I could zoom in and cover the remaining cactus with like a church or something. Does that work? Oh, so close, so close. Almost had it. So we've got the big sunset. No cacti. Whoops, one more right there. But then we lost some of the butt. Oh, the butt is back. So the church will go over the remaining cacti. Would that work? Is that a happy settlement? Phil, you know, I've got very few skills, and I will admit this is not one of them. But as opposed to you, who is a star editor, we did Area 54 sign, solar apocalypse. I was okay with the. I might still shrink down the view. I might still make it smaller, back to how it was. I do like the shadows from the different lights. This way the mesas look like the Andes Mountains. It's just there's too much there. So if I were to shrink this down again, let me show you what I have in mind. Shrink it down like this. We'll get rid of comment here so you can see. Need a little more ground. We can put something over these three cactuses. So maybe a church over on the one side. We can have like a saloon over here. I don't know if maybe the saloon goes in the middle. I don't know, but there's going to be a lot of art that we have to fit on this screen. And some of the structures that are mentioned are going to be covering the cacti. So just remember, the cacti is the first place to cover every time something is suggested. But it's got to be true to size. We are staying with a sort of a cartoony type feel. So the tumbleweed that you see there is about as realistic as any of the art is going to get. Oops. Let's try that again. This tumbleweed, it's not very, well, it sort of looks pretty real. But we'll fix that when the time comes. All right, now for my next trick, let's get DSK2. See if we can get this one. Oh wow, that was brilliant. That's not good at all. Still not good. Let's just mask this off a little bit.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We'll break for lunch when lunch is ready.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Okay, so that's going to be our mask, but I need to slide it up a little bit and make it fit. Okay.
I can find someone with more experience.
Now it's a tiny bit too high. And it's keyed poorly. What did I do to make it? Level pre-multiplied. Turn the mask off.
Bring the jury.
Oh, the mask was causing the problem. There we go. Okay. I figured out how to use my program. Okay, we're good. All right, so now it would actually be easier to
Because he's the guy.
to fix. Box
Scratch all that.
one.
Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
There we go. There's our counter. Does that work? Does that look okay? You don't see any... oh, it's a little bit off. The perfectionist in me would notice that.
What more do you need to see?
Man. Okay. Waiting for a feed to come back from court. Nothing is happening.
I object.
All right, so we're going to jump over to right here for just a minute while we wait.
Alex stole it as well.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Can you clip the judge saying this isn't my chair? I could. Let's see.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
How does he do that?
Go to edit image and use the AI tool to remove the
Have them send
cactus
someone with more
in
experience.
Canva.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
Bring the jury.
Okay, I'm gonna see what AI can come up with. See if it's any better.
When are we gonna break for lunch, Judge?
There's a lawsuit.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Oh, it costs money to do this. Hang on. We can't do this. That would be bad. No. We're too cheap to do that. Too cheap to use the AI tool. I'm not going to pay a robot to draw for me. Go up by the edit photo, flip position further right above the picture. Transparency, copy, style, animate, edit photo. Magic edit.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Squirrel!
I don't think this is what, so I want to select the image. Describe your edit. Select the whole image.
When are we gonna break for lunch, Judge?
Okay. Continue. Describe what you want to change. Remove cactus. Sorry, remove. I have to say, what's plural for cactus? Is it cacti? Remove all cacti. And then say generate.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
It's thinking. Oh, nice. It said... it thinks we should just have a blank screen.
About stuff that is not relevant.
Magic eraser. Let's try magic eraser instead. Still waiting for court to start with a juror missing. So.
How does he do that?
Now that it's been posted by someone else, we're on delay. Juror was involved in a traffic accident on the way to court. Dale Mox, I think we welcomed you already, but welcome to the gallery. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for joining us as a member. Help yourself to the emojis.
I'm not a cat.
Phil. Happy little trees. There are no accidents here. No accidents.
Have them send someone with more experience.
All right, so we're going to try to edit this out. See if I can join us here. Want this gone, right? Magic eraser. Just fix
The
this.
zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be upon us, says Judge Boyd. She would know. There we go. Let's just...
Bring the jury.
If you can... I'm drawing with the mouse on a screen across the room, so... Make the cactus go away. Is it voice activated like that? That wasn't too bad. I'm actually somewhat impressed. I'm going to do this some more and see what happens. Let's see if we can fit the brush right in here. Not sure what this
I'm not
is.
a cat.
Did that like hang out from before? Let's get rid of this. Yeah, I am liking this. Let's get rid of our other middle cactus. Ask for the juror to turn up a court so we can start. Well, I'm hoping they're okay. Traffic accident, that's no joke. Probably somebody was driving without the use of Siri, now that their AT&T phones are not working. There's got to be a much better way. The graphic designers on here are just cringing as they watch me paintbrush my way through this. You can just circle the cactus? I can just circle the cactus like this. I could say, get rid of the cactus, the whole cactus, like that. Get rid of the cactus. Do I have to paint the whole thing? Vicky, don't lead me astray here. Vicky, I'm not impressed. I'm gonna actually add undo on that one because it didn't perform as expected. Okay, so let's continue what we started. Why fix it if it's not broken, right? So this was working just fine. Oh, the lasso tool? There's no lasso tool in New Mexico. This is what we do while we wait for court to start, guys. This is good fun. We're going to get this whole cactus in one fell swoop. I am the cactus slayer. This is all with a trackpad. Oh, I'm at the bottom of the mouse pad. I can't go down any further. There we go. There's a little anthill right there. We'll let that stay. All in one go. Did it work? Oh, it's really making it think. Oh, so close. I got a little bit of a smudge left. A little cacti smudge.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
All right. Now we're ready. Vicky says, I don't know why yours doesn't do it. Mine does. Probably because you pay for your tool and I use the cheap one. Let's see. So court is still just chilling here. We're looking at the wall, waiting for a juror to show up. I know they don't want to lose a juror at the beginning of trial. He clearly doesn't support local artists. I sent an original Southwestern landscape painting to him on Twitter, and he ignored me. I'm suing. Dean. Oh, man. That's the problem. I was worried you would sue me with your wonderful artwork. Adult Coloring Channel on YouTube. Hey, let me go ahead and reserve that channel name. So what would we call it? Adults only coloring, or only adults coloring? No, that sounds too close to something else. What would the channel be called? Adult Coloring Channel on YouTube. Judge is back. Are we ready to start?
I need a runner.
We need a runner.
There's one. Let's just go, Faith or George, just walk around the other side, take that red chair, put it over here.
Okay, so you want me to sit over here, that black chair, or do you want me to sit next to the jurors?
I want you to sit next to the jurors over here.
Over here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bring the jury.
I want you to get the red chair. No, yeah, well, you could watch.
Playing musical chairs here.
Okay, just a minute, George. Don't leave. All right, we're on the record. The jurors are here. All jurors are here. Okay. And Court TV asked me to put on the record what they cannot show. And it's the first video? Correct. Okay. Where's Court TV? Anybody, a representative that I can focus on? All right, so do you have any do you have any questions? Okay.
Here comes Grace. That's Grace.
Oh. Hannah, right?
This is Grace from Grace.
Oh, Grace. Okay, Grace, remember we talked?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of those videos that we don't want to show. So it's going to be her first witness, and it'll be the first exhibit.
First exhibit, first witness. That's why we have multiple cameras, so we'll show anything but that video.
And not the jurors.
And the jurors.
Not the jurors.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to call in the jurors.
Adult finger painting. Was that a Stanley mug I heard? I'm not sure if I should out Mrs. R.A. or not, but she's got a set of like 200 colored pencils, like every color ever made. And she loves to relax and color very detailed Bob Ross, no joke, Bob Ross drawings. Not going to happen, Gordon. Zero chance. I think Mrs. R.A. just needs to do a live stream coloring. I'll set up the cameras. She's got her art table, but she'll just color. It'll just be a relaxation stream. People can watch her color.
Rise.
I've got an update from Harold and Breezy. Just waiting to see if he'll allow me to share it in chat.
All right, you may be seated. All right, the matter I'm calling is State of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez, D101CR 2023-40. Parties state their name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Lewis and Carrie Morrissey on behalf of New Mexico. Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Bowles, Carmela Cisneros, and Todd Bullion are here for Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who is present.
All right, thank you very much. All right, jurors, so I, first of all, thank you for your patience. As they say, accidents happen, so thank you. All right, so I'm going to give you an explanation of trial procedure. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, and I already swore you in yesterday, okay? So, where'd George go? Just gonna tell you you've met my bailiff. There he is. Okay, yeah, do we need, yeah, we'll wait.
Can you say something in the mic?
Hello.
So you gonna put these on, she said.
Thank you.
Court TV has a Sprinter van that they've sent to this trial with all their equipment and gear.
Ready?
It's all logoed up. Looks pretty
Okay,
good.
so I called the case. So this is a criminal case commenced by the state charging the defendant with a third amended criminal information. I will read this to you to remind you of what the charges are. It sounds formal. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins, committed in the commission of an unlawful act, to wit, negligent use of a deadly weapon. In the alternative, count 1, involuntary manslaughter, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins, committed in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner or without due caution or circumspection. Count 2, tampering with evidence, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, the above named defendant did transfer narcotics to another person with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of herself and the, thank you. All right. So remember that Ms. Hannah Gutierrez is presumed innocent. The burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I have some instructions to give you. These are instructions that you'll follow throughout the trial. First of all, one of the most important is all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've read all of the evidence, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of all instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding the case. Again, the trial is expected to last possibly through May 8th. And we're here every day except the weekends.
What?
8:30 to 5, okay?
May?
We'll take a morning break. We'll take a lunch break. We'll take an afternoon break. Let's see. Please report to where you've reported today at 8:30 so we can start. If you know you might be late for some reason, please leave early. Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by George, my bailiff. You may take water into the courtroom with you, but no hot liquid or coffee. We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into court, go ahead, be seated, and after all of you are seated, we will be seated. It is so important to hear. Do not miss one word. Raise your hand, don't wait. Don't be shy, okay? This is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who is going in and out, but after a while, I think you'll get used to it. However, if there is anything distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in the case, please tell George and he'll let me know. Really can't do anything about the temperature, so as I said, layers. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. George will hand you each a notepad and a pen or pencil. Please put your name on the front of the page, on the front of the pad, and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, leave them on your chair or follow what George says, leave or take back to the jury room. He'll collect them at the end of the day, and in the morning he'll return them. Please don't worry about your notes being read by anyone. They're locked up at night, and then at the end of the trial they're shredded immediately, okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please don't forget to pay close attention to the witnesses during their testimony, because it will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for any of you that have not been through a criminal trial. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. This is called opening statements. These statements made by the lawyers during the course of trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Statements of the lawyers, however, are not themselves evidence. The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will then give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, that's called closing argument, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of the lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence that I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your note paper and give it to George before the witness leaves the stand. I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration, do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. You must again decide the case solely upon the evidence received in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to this case, You cannot Google anything about this case, do any research about the subject matter of the case. And that would include anything regarding this pre or current. If an exhibit is, until you this is very important, until you retire to deliberate the case. And that means after closing argument when you've received all the evidence. You must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, even with each other. So as I said yesterday, I'm sorry to harp, but this is so important. What I said yesterday was you cannot, while you're in that jury deliberation room, that is not a time for you to discuss the case while you're sitting around. No, it's, as I said, after all of the evidence, that'll be down the line, March 8th, that's, and we send you off to deliberate.
March 8th.
That's when you can discuss the case, when you're in deliberations, okay? Let's see. If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear the jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact to George immediately.
George.
Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators or elsewhere, there is nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of the courtroom or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing this rule, and they definitely wanted me to tell you that so that you don't think they're being rude. Okay? All right, so we'll do the exclusion rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we will begin the
rule has
evidence,
been
right?
invoked.
Not the evidence.
Can we approach just
Yes.
about the rule of exclusion?
Okay, the rule that they're asking for, this is excluding witnesses from the trial when anyone else is testifying. So unless they're sitting up on the stand, they are not allowed to be there. They always want to argue and say, but we have an exception. We want this investigator or lead investigator, or we want this victim or something like that. They're arguing each side for what they want to allow. They do this so that testimony is not tailored to match the testimony of other witnesses, which is smart, but it really means the person who's testifying in this trial, which is a huge deal in their life, is in the dark until the moment they're brought into the courtroom all wide-eyed and testify, and then they're in the dark again. If they're excused at the end of their testimony, sometimes they can watch the rest of the trial then, but we'll see. So let's see. We're looking at adding maybe George of some sort. We need a bailiff George representation. I'm not sure if it would be right to use George, like Curious George the monkey. I'm pretty sure that image is copyrighted, but we might have some sort of representation of Bailiff George in our thumbnail. Which I did put up the thumbnail for today's live stream, so it's now up there, the blank one. It just has a tumbleweed because it's quite bare. No field trips, jury, not even on your own. Can't do anyone's image. It has to be sort of a cartoon character, but it can't be something that's copyrighted. Strict rules. The defendant has changed her appearance somewhat. It's been a little bit of time. We expect hair to grow
have poker
and change
faces,
colors and everything.
but I said May 8th. I meant March 8th. Okay.
The attorneys are like,
little panic there, but nobody showed their panic. All right, so March 8th. Okay, now I'm going to remind, you will hear this, it will sound, there's going to be two things that sound like a broken record. And one is, every time we take a break or whatever, do not talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Very important. The other thing is, because we are doing court TV, I don't know if you all know that, And by the way, they're not filming you. They're not allowed to film you. So don't worry about that. And then because you're wearing your juror badges, they will know to leave you alone in and around the courthouse and lunch and everything, whatever, okay?
Don't talk to the jurors, guys. It's pretty simple.
I will be saying a lot that the witnesses may not be watching the live stream court TV. That's important to so that they're not hearing the evidence. That's what they just asked me to do. So that will come whenever I think of it, because as they pointed out, a witness may get on the live stream and have missed my direction, although they should know it anyway. Okay? All right, so I did say we'll start the evidence, but that's actually wrong. We're going to start with opening statement, which is not evidence. Okay?
So how many mistakes have we made, or happy little accidents have we made so far? That's the other counter suggestion. Instead of the Alec Baldwin counter. I think we're up to...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
3. We've got the car crash from the
Counselors.
jurors. The accidents happen statement.
My name is Jason Lewis, and I know that we were introduced briefly yesterday during the jury selection process. I wanted to introduce myself again. My co-counsel is Carrie Morrissey, who most of you spoke to, at least in some to some degree yesterday. Also at counsel table is Shad Bowe. He is our IT specialist, and Corporal Alexander Hancock. She is what's called our case agent, and she is a witness who you will be hearing from later, maybe later today, if not certainly by tomorrow. As the judge mentioned earlier, it is Ms. Morrissey's and mine responsibility to prove to your all's satisfaction that Ms. Gutierrez committed the 2 crimes with which she's been charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The 2 crimes she's been charged with are involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. This morning, I hope to give you a roadmap of what we intend to introduce throughout the trial. And although the statements that I'm making this morning aren't evidence, and you can't consider what I'm saying for purposes of your deliberations, I hope to give you a preview of what the evidence is about, what witnesses you're going to be hearing from, and again, kind of highlight some of the key pieces of evidence that we think we're going to be showing you throughout the trial. But most importantly, what we want to do is give you the information that you need to answer two key questions. The first being, what are the events that happened on the set of Rust that led to the death of Helena Hutchins? And the second question is, how did live ammunition end up on the set of the movie? As to both questions, we believe that it was the negligent acts and failures of the defendant, Ms. Gutierrez, that resulted in both the acts that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death and to the live rounds being brought onto the set. A bit later on, I'm going to explain to you exactly how we believe that happened. Give me just a minute.
Well, messages are working. We're getting them. I'm not sure why it's not working for you. Try a different browser, maybe.
I'm going to put some images up on the screen for you guys, but there's a little process we have to go through to get that going.
And some beeps. Beep, 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 beep. Just have to cook this microwave popcorn first. There we go. Can't have the images without the microwave popcorn.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Helena Hutchins. This is the victim in the case that we're here to deal with this morning. Ms. Hutchins was born in Ukraine on April 9th, 1979. She was married. Her husband's name is Matthew. And she has one son who was 9 years old at the time of her death. As a child, Ms. Hutchins lived on a Russian military base located in the Arctic. She took an early and keen interest in film and journalism. She studied both economics and journalism at the Kiev National University, where she received a degree in international journalism. Miss Hutchins met her husband, Matthew, when she was working in the United States in Los Angeles, California. They hit it off so well that they eventually got married. And when Miss Hutchins moved and immigrated into the United States, she continued her education, and she eventually earned a master's degree in 2015 from the American Film Institute Conservatory. While in Los Angeles, Miss Hutchins transitioned into the film and television industry, working as a cinematographer. This was a job that she loved and she had a great passion for. For those of you, oh, I'm sorry.
No, just speak up.
Okay, I apologize. My microphone has been off this whole time and I didn't know. For those of you who may not know, a cinematographer is a person who works behind the scenes on a film, and the cinematographer is responsible for creating the overall vision of the film. In very basic terms, the cinematographer decides how the movie will be lit and colored, and how the final footage will appear on the screen when you watch the movie. And in fact, Miss Hutchins was working as a cinematographer for the movie Rust, when she was tragically shot and killed on October 21st, 2021. By all accounts, from the folks who knew her and worked with her, and many of those you will be hearing from, she was a gifted and talented artist, but above all, she was a loving wife and mother. And like Miss Hutchins, the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, was also a behind-the-scenes member of the Rust crew. Ms. Gutierrez was hired to perform a dual role on the movie. She was hired to be both an armorer and a props assistant. As a props assistant, it was Ms. Gutierrez's primary duty to essentially go out and source and bring back to the film set everything that the actors need to touch as part of making the movie. So for example, if they're doing a kitchen scene, then Ms. Gutierrez would have gone out, purchased plates, cups, glasses, forks, all of that sort of stuff, and then those would have been incorporated into the set.
Target.
Ms. Gutierrez's other role was as the movie's armorer, and it's that role that really has brought us here today. The armorer has a few key responsibilities. The first responsibility is to source and bring to the set all of the firearms that are going to be used as part of the movie. So for a modern movie, that may have required her to purchase or obtain machine guns, semi-automatic handguns, long rifles, and that sort of thing. But for a Western like Rust, the armorer would have to source weapons that were in use at the time so that the movie looks more authentic. And so that would include finding old-looking revolvers and shotguns and things of that nature. I've just put up a photo. This is the firearm that Mr. Baldwin was using in this movie. This is also the firearm that was used in the incident that resulted in the death of Ms. Hutchins. One of the things that I think it's important for you all to understand is that throughout this trial, we all may refer to these type of firearms as prop guns, but make no mistake, they are legitimate firearms. If you put a live bullet inside of these guns, they will fire. So we sometimes refer to them as prop weapons, but they are absolutely capable of causing a projectile to fly out of the barrel. The other thing that it's important for you all to know is that although this particular weapon looks old, it is actually a brand new gun. This gun was purchased directly from the manufacturer for the purpose of being used in this movie. And although it looks old, it's not a gun that has had hundreds or thousands of rounds put through it. It was a brand new and perfectly functioning gun when it arrived on the set. The second thing that the armorer is responsible for is sourcing and purchasing blank and dummy ammunition. You're going to be hearing a lot throughout this trial about the differences between live ammunition, blank ammunition, dummy ammunition.
That's a blank, right?
So I'm just going to kind of give you a 10,000 foot overview of what this stuff is. The image that's on your screen right now is what's called a blank round. A blank round is actually pretty easy to distinguish because it has that crimped end where normally a bullet would be.
Still can be dangerous.
The reason that blanks are used in the movie is because when it's in the gun and an actor pulls a trigger, there is enough gunpowder inside of that blank to cause a pop and have a cloud of smoke come out from the gun, but it doesn't have a projectile that shoots through the barrel of the gun. So these are a type of round that is used frequently on the movie sets, especially whenever they want to make it look like the actor is actually firing a weapon. The second type of round that is used on the sets are what's called dummy rounds. And these are a different story. Dummies look exactly like real bullets. As you can tell from kind of that main image there, although this evidence dummy round has some writing on it, you wouldn't be able to distinguish that from a live bullet if you were just looking at it with your eyes. And because these dummy rounds are designed to look exactly like live ammunition, every round has to be thoroughly checked before it is put inside of one of these firearms. Aside from sourcing firearms, blanks, and dummies for the movie, the next major function that Hannah was required to do on the movie set is that she was required to check every single one of these rounds to make sure that it's the appropriate blank or dummy and not live ammunition before it gets inserted into the gun. And there are two primary ways that an armorer or anybody who's familiar with this can check to make sure that a round is a dummy round. The first thing they can do is shake it. And if you'll see in that on the lower right-hand side, I've got a photograph for you there of a plastic container that's got 3 BBs in it. Those BBs are inside of that dummy round so that whenever you shake it, you can audibly hear that it's making a noise, and that way you know it's a dummy round. Sometimes they have a little spring in there rather than these bullets, but they always have some sort of noisemaker in there. The other way to distinguish a dummy from a real live bullet is in that top right photograph, and you'll see that that cartridge has a hole drilled into the side of the casing. That's the second way that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. And then we have, not to overcomplicate things, but I think it's important that you know this, we also have some dummy rounds that are missing what's called the primer. Normally on a live cartridge, there's an explosive element that is inside of that center portion that whenever the hammer of the gun hits that primer, it causes a small spark that then ignites the rest of the gunpowder in the bullet and causes the projectile to be expelled. So dummy rounds, as you can see, they do look an awful lot like live ammunition, but there are ways, if you are careful, that you can distinguish a dummy round from a live round. The next major function of the armorer is to check the firearm before it is brought onto the set. And there's a very specific process that is used for this. When it's time for a firearm to be used, the armorer is required to present the firearm to the first assistant director to double check that only dummy rounds are inside the gun. And the armorer is also supposed to offer the actor who is receiving the gun the opportunity to also have the gun inspected in front of them. Unfortunately, in this case, Ms. Gutierrez did not always adhere to these safety procedures, and you're going to hear from several witnesses who will testify that she often rushed through this critical step and sometimes she skipped this check altogether. So let's turn to what happened on October 21st, 2021. The cast and crew of the Rust film were out at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, which is a ranch located just outside the city limits of Santa Fe. It's several thousand acres large, and it has an Old West style town that's built there, and often movies are filmed there. And I've got an example photo here just to kind of give you an idea of what the set looks like. It's nothing particularly fancy. It's just an Old West looking town. Part of the set, and this is located a little bit a ways from the town itself, is this church. And it was at this church that the incident resulting in Miss Hutchins' death occurred. The evidence is going to show that on October 21st, it was a fairly chaotic day on the set of the movie. The evening before, a group of camera operators who had some concerns about various safety issues on set sent an email to the production team indicating that they were going to be quitting. And so the next day, in response to this notice, the producers decided to push ahead with filming anyway, and they decided to use less camera equipment than what was normally used, and they tried to just improvise and make do with what they had. Filming on the morning of the 21st was largely uneventful. The cast and crew filmed several scenes without any particular incidents occurring. Leading up to the lunch hour, a small group of cast and crew were inside the church working on getting some close-up shots of Alec Baldwin sitting on a church pew and manipulating his revolver. That scene was completed just before lunch, and so they called for a lunch break. And let me back up just a little bit. Before the lunch break was called, I want you all to see what was going on. This is
This is the video we're not allowed to see?
So that gives you an idea of what was going on that morning. Alec Baldwin was sitting on a church pew, and he was practicing this draw from his holster with the camera crew kind of close up on top of him. So they completed that scene, and they called for the lunch hour to occur. So during the lunch hour, Ms. Gutierrez took the gun from Mr. Baldwin, and she took it back to the safe, the gun safe that was loaded on a prop cart. Once lunch was over, the production decided that they wanted to continue working inside of the church. But at this point, they weren't actually filming anything like they were in this video that I just showed you, and instead they were doing what's called a blocking. And that is, in film terms, what you do before you even get to a rehearsal. So it's like a very rough rehearsal where the lighting director, the camera operator, and all of the folks are trying to get things situated so that they can then move into a rehearsal. Whenever a blocking is going on, because they aren't filming, there's really no need for the actor to have a live firearm in their hands, or even for the live firearm to be on set. You're going to hear from several witnesses, or from one witness in particular, who's going to testify that for purposes of blocking, Mr. Baldwin could have been using a stick, a rubber gun, anything that would essentially allow him to mimic a gun. It didn't have to be a live firearm. On that day, though, the defendant was asked to provide Mr. Baldwin with a live firearm for the blocking, and she did, and that was within her discretion to do so. You're going to hear that on the day of the shooting, Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun in the morning with 5 rounds. The revolver, though, is a 6-shooter, so it can hold 6 rounds, but in that morning, she only was able to load 5 of them. After the lunch break was over, Ms. Gutierrez retrieved the gun from the safe, and she cleaned that 6th hole and was able to put a 6th round into the 6th slot. Ms. Gutierrez then took the firearm to the church and handed the gun over to the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls. Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Halls then did a sloppy and incomplete safety check of the gun, where the dummy rounds were not removed from the gun and rattled or checked to see if they had a hole drilled in it. Instead, she just kind of cracked open the gun and partially spun the cylinder to show Mr. Halls a few of the rounds. But they were not removed from the gun, and they weren't all checked. After the incident happened, and when Ms. Gutierrez was being interviewed by the investigating officers, she stated that when she removed the gun from the safe to begin the filming for the afternoon session, she didn't recheck the ammunition. So when she pulled the gun out and put the 6th bullet in, she didn't independently check the rounds at that time either. Our witnesses are going to testify that when the defendant pulled the gun out of the safe after lunch, what she should have done was open the gun and independently herself checked each and every round. Then, when she took it to the church and handed it to Mr. Halls, she should have done a second complete ammo check with Mr. Halls, because this double redundancy is what helps prevent the kind of incidents that occurred to Miss Hutchins from happening. This means she should have opened the gun, removed each cartridge, confirmed that they were dummy rounds by individually shaking them, rattling them, or seeing the bored hole. And because these dummy rounds are so similar to live rounds, her decision to just crack it open and spin the cylinder a little bit to look at the head stamps wasn't enough. She needed to do a much more complete check. So having failed to do that check herself, she then handed the firearm to Mr. Halls anyway. She exited the church, and then Mr. Halls handed the firearm to Mr. Baldwin. As the blocking session was underway, Miss Hutchins and several of her crewmates were busily working, looking through and adjusting cameras, and Mr. Baldwin was sitting on that church pew practicing how he would hold the gun for the upcoming filming session. As Mr. Baldwin was manipulating the firearm, he caused it to discharge, and that unfortunately sent a projectile flying directly at Miss Hutchins. The projectile shot completely through Miss Hutchins and then struck the film's director, Joel Souza, in the shoulder. So at this point, the set paramedic was called into the church and began life-saving efforts on both Miss Hutchins and Mr. Souza. Another crew member who was in the church called 911 to report the shooting and to seek additional medical assistance. But because of the ranch's remote location, it took some time before additional medical personnel arrived. And this additional support also included a life flight helicopter for Miss Hutchins. A team of medical personnel worked to stabilize her, and they placed her on the life flight to UNMH. But sadly, the personnel at UNMH were unable to overcome the injuries that she sustained, and she was pronounced deceased at UNMH. We will show you, ladies and gentlemen, but that by failing to make those vital safety checks, the defendant acted negligently and without due caution, and that the decisions she made that day ultimately contributed to Miss Hutchins' death. So that's what happened on the 21st. But now I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened leading up to the 21st. There are some other ways that Miss Gutierrez was negligent on the set. We intend to call several witnesses to give testimony that she regularly failed to properly carry out her duties as an armorer. These witnesses are going to describe the defendant's conduct as unprofessional and sloppy. You will hear testimony that she routinely left guns and ammunition lying around the set unattended, and that her gun safe and ammo cart were constantly disorganized. The second question that we want to answer for you is where these live bullets came from. The prospect of live ammunition landing up on a film set is incomprehensible. It's something that should never happen. It's a hard and fast industry rule that live ammunition should be miles away from a film set at all times because of the risk that it poses for being confused with the dummy rounds that are used on the set. I'm showing you a picture now of a box of ammunition that Miss Gutierrez says she was pulling cartridges from and loading into Mr. Baldwin's firearm on the day the fatal shooting occurred. If you can see the arrow that I'm kind of wiggling around here, this is the box of ammunition that she was pulling from. This is a box of dummies. This second box here is a box of blanks. So these are the kind of rounds that will pop and create smoke. These are the type of rounds that are just supposed to be completely inert. When the officers arrived on the set after the shooting, this cart is where those two boxes of ammunition were first found. When the officer who was in charge of this prop cart uncovered that the boxes on there were the ones that were being used for that day's filming, he then placed them into his police unit, and that's what you saw in those previous slides. These are the boxes of ammunition inside of a cop car. Eventually, the box of dummies was taken back to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, where it was inventoried and photographed by a crime scene technician whose name is Marissa Popple, and she's going to be a witness in this case. The first box of dummies that was opened up is what is on your monitors right now. This is a styrofoam container that has approximately 37 cartridges in it. According to the label on the outside of the box, these are supposed to be dummy cartridges. And I don't know if you've noticed yet, but there is one of these cartridges that doesn't look like the others. It's that one, with the red square, you can see that it has a silver primer, whereas all of the other ones have brass primers. The cartridge in that red box is a live bullet. So this was another live bullet that was found on the set, not just the one that was in Mr. Baldwin's firearm.
That's really bad. That's really, really bad.
Ultimately, you're going to hear from us that there were not just these two, but a total of 6 live bullets that were found on the set. 6. You're also going to hear that all 6 of those live rounds have the same, have common characteristics of having this silver or nickel covered primer, a shiny brass casing, and what's called a Starline brass head stamp. I don't know if you can tell in your monitors or not, but this impression that is on each of these cartridges, it looks like a star and then a line and a star. That indicates that it's a Starline brass manufactured casing. So we knew from the evidence gathered on October 21st, and when we had these rounds examined by the FBI, we discovered that there were actually those 6 live rounds on set. And so our next step was to determine whether there was any way, if we could tell when those live rounds ended up on the set. So we began to comb through all of the photos and videos that had been recorded on the set from the very first day the filming began. And we started to notice something. We were able to identify several points in time where the cartridges with a silver primer and a shiny brass cartridge ended up being spotted inside of the gun belts and bandoliers that the cast members were wearing on the set. In fact, we found a photograph where there was one occasion where a live round was sitting right on Miss Gutierrez's lap and she failed to identify it. What you're looking at now is a photograph of Miss Gutierrez, and on her lap in the lower right hand corner you can see that styrofoam casing holder. I'm going to show you a call out that's been enhanced a little bit, and you can see, I hope you can see on your monitors, that these bullets here kind of on the top right appear to have a brass casing, but at least these other 2 bullets, most definitely this cartridge that's in the blue circle, you can see that there is a silver primer on that cartridge, and we believe that was a live bullet sitting on her lap, and she failed to identify it. It's important that you know that this photograph was taken on October 10th. And the reason it's important for you to make note that this photograph was taken on October 10th is because the other dummy rounds that were purchased for this movie didn't even arrive to the set until October 12th. So this means that the live ammunition could not have been from the shipment that came in on October 12th and that belonged or that was supplied by somebody other than Ms. Gutierrez. This also will help you when you hear from the defendant's counsel, who are likely going to suggest to you that there was some kind of sabotage on afoot on the set, or that the live rounds came from someone other than Ms. Gutierrez. This photograph, we think, will help you conclude that the live rounds were on set on the 10th, and that the other dummy rounds didn't arrive until the 12th. We also have a little bit more evidence that these live rounds came onto the set via the defendant when she came to New Mexico from out of state. As you can see from this photo, this is the box of rounds. This is kind of a blown up photograph of the box of rounds that she was pulling from on the day of the shooting. And you can see that it has a very specific label on it. It says 45 long Colt dummies. And then in much smaller print there in the middle, you can see the initials JS. So on November 9th, a couple of weeks after the shooting, the defendant came into the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office for an interview with Corporal Hancock, and she was asked questions about the box of ammunition she was pulling from the day of the incident, this box with the small JS on the label. The defendant told Corporal Hancock that she thought this box was kind of peculiar and she wasn't certain where it came from, but she said that she didn't believe it was one of the boxes that was originally brought on set. But then the defendant offered to Corporal Hancock that the day prior to the interview, she had asked her father back home to text her a photograph of the box of 45 long Colt dummies that they had at his home. And she texted him, and he texted her this photo in response. It's identical. It's the same box. The box of dummies she was pulling from on the 21st is identical to the box of dummies that her father had at home. So we believe this is more evidence that this box of dummies with the live round in it came from the defendant. We're also going to show you how these live rounds slowly spread their way throughout the set, eventually landing in several of the actors' costumes and firearms on October 13th, 15th, 17th, and of course on the 21st. In the image on your screen now, you can see in the large photograph, that's the bandolier that Mr. Baldwin was wearing on the 21st. There is a live round inside of that bandolier. The black belt that's in the lower right-hand corner is a belt that was worn by another cast member. There's a live round in that belt too. The evidence you're going to hear throughout this trial is that the defendant was unprofessional and that she failed to do the essential safety functions of her job, and that these failures resulted in live ammunition being spread throughout this entire set. Once the live ammunition was on the set, she failed to detect it because she didn't follow those essential safety protocols that required her to inspect every round before they were placed into the gun. The evidence will show that the defendant treated the safety protocols as if they were optional, rather than if people's lives counted on her doing her job correctly. We will show you that as a direct result of her failures, Ms. Gutierrez caused Ms. Hutchins' death. The last, or I should say the second crime that Ms. Gutierrez has been charged with is tampering with evidence. The evidence with regard to this charge is a lot simpler. You're going to hear testimony that on the day that Ms. Hutchins was killed, and after the defendant left her interview at the sheriff's office, she went back to her hotel. Knowing that the defendant had probably been through a lot that day, one of her crewmates went to her room to check on her to see how she was doing. And after they were done visiting, the crew member got up to leave, and as she was walking out of the room, the defendant handed her something and asked her to hang on to it for her. At first, this crew member didn't really realize what she had been handed, so she walked out of the room, started down the hallway, and when she looked into her hand, she realized she had been handed a baggie of suspected cocaine from the defendant. She will testify that she was surprised that the defendant, who is somebody she hardly
snow
knew,
in New Mexico,
would hand her a bag of suspected cocaine to hang on to for her. The crew member is going to testify that she disposed of the cocaine. She didn't want to be caught with it, so she just threw it away. And you're going to hear that the defendant, over the next several weeks, texted this crew member several times asking her to return her stuff, which the crew member is going to testify is in reference to the baggie of cocaine. I know I've gone through a lot of information with you guys, and I hope you're not too overwhelmed, but that's why we're going to spend the next couple of weeks with you going over all of this evidence in a lot more detail. You're going to hear from a multitude of law enforcement officers. You're going to hear from firearms experts. You're going to hear from 4 FBI analysts covering the topics of fingerprints, DNA, explosives comparisons, and firearms testing. You're going to hear from an image enhancement expert. And most importantly, you're going to hear from witnesses who worked with Ms. Gutierrez every day on the movie set, including the film's director and several of the crew members who were inside the church on the day of this horrific incident. We're confident that after you hear from these witnesses and after you have an opportunity to look at the evidence for yourself in greater detail, you will agree with us that the defendant's actions were not only negligent on October 21st, but on many days leading up to the 21st. We hope that after you review this information, you will find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And after reviewing and hearing from the witness concerning the tampering charge, we believe that you will also convict her on the tampering with evidence charge as well. I'm about done, but I do want to leave you with one final statement, and this is a statement that Ms. Gutierrez made when she was being interviewed on the day of the shooting. She says at the end, I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more. And so do we. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Before we take yours, I think we'll take a bathroom break, okay? So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. So go ahead, George, stand.
All rise.
George. Great work, George. George the bailiff's doing a fantastic job. Wanted to shout out Lady Draconis, gifted 5 memberships, followed by Lil Miss, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Lil Miss. Thank you, Lady Draconis. Appreciate your generosity. Opening was solid, a little dry. We have nine counts, 9 mentions of Alec Baldwin so far, all in the opening there. It seems to be a pretty straightforward case as far as they're concerned, but they're going to take a couple weeks till through the first week of March to present this.
All right, you may be seated. Why don't we get back here at 20 of?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Okay, so while they go to a little break, we've got homework to do. Let's see, everyone gets a bathroom break. Let's see where everybody's going. Clearly, she's not in custody, as you can see, so she's able to leave and walks through court out the doors like everybody else. Great Seal of the State of New Mexico. Right, here's where we are. Let me show you what I've just thrown on the map just a little bit, and we're gonna build from this as we go. We do have a bag of snow. We think a little bag of snow would be appropriate. So this one is going to fit somewhere on the screen. I've got a dummy. We need a dummy, but this is only the top half of the dummy. Not sure if that's enough of the dummy. Let's see if we can lay it down. Not behind the church, though. Let's give it a little shove. Oof. Dummy's on the ground. Shrink him down a little bit. There's the dummy. The bag of snow has to be a little bit smaller. Let's see where that goes. Maybe we'll put it over here. The tumbleweed. We need something that says Bonanza, because this was at Bonanza Ranch. We need Bailiff George represented as well. Let's see. The tumbleweed's a little big. Maybe the church is a little small. The church plays a prominent part in this story, so we're going to go ahead and enlarge the church. So, there we go. There's the church. Tumbleweed. I'll shrink that guy down a little. Lose my counter. All right, sorry, I'm missing what's going on in chat. Ammo boxes, possible. A bottle of ranch. A bottle of ranch. Oh, love the references. I like the obscure references. This is how my brain works. So, ranch dressing. Show me the ranch dressing. I prefer Hidden Valley Ranch because it was so far from, or just salad dressing. It's got to be ranch though. Can't be this vinaigrette stuff. This is sort of, it's like a picture of ranch dressing.
Call from
Braxton.
Mr. Heaps, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Well, I'm working on my artwork. I'm an aspiring artist, so I'm hard at work right now.
I love it.
What are you thinking?
So, I've been texting back and forth with my friend, and I explained to him the case, and he agrees that she could be convicted, but he doesn't think Baldwin should. What are your thoughts?
I think the state, first of all, I'll say, I think during this trial, the state is going to steer clear from blaming Alec. That they're not going to, they don't want to present in the mind of the jury that there was someone else who might be responsible, right? Because that lessens the burden that's on the defendant, and they might say, hey, well, they'll get the other guy. They'll get the guy who pulled the trigger instead, right? Or the guy who caused the discharge, as the state put it very carefully, because I think the story that we're hearing is that he did not pull the trigger. He just, worked the hammer. But I think that in this case, I can see shared culpability. Here's why. I did grow up shooting firearms. I mean, at the age of I completed hunter safety when I was 12, I think. So we went out and we were shooting at the range and passed all my marksmanship and everything, passed the written test. I did all that, and I've always we've been around them, even though they're not a big part of my life. I'm not a huge hunter. I've never really been a big hunter, but I've owned various firearms throughout. I've owned revolvers similar to that, but a smaller caliber than the one that was used in this movie. There's the safety side of that is just drilled into me. Okay, it's just every time you pick up the gun, you don't just take somebody's word for it. It's unloaded. I don't care. It could be my mom could have sworn on the Bible that the gun is unloaded. If she hands me a gun, I'm checking it. So I realize the movie set, it complicates things, right? Because they're all actors, they're in position. All right, hand them the gun, and they're ready to go. It's complicated, but I still think there's a responsibility there. That even just a cursory glance, flip open the cylinder, flip it open, and look in it, and you'd see the different color primers. Whoa, something's wrong here. That's it.
Yeah. And we just saw someone be convicted with involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah.
And it's so far disconnected from pulling the trigger. And we have Baldwin who caused the discharge.
Yes.
Like, Crumbly wasn't even the one with the gun. She was negligent with how she handled the gun, or she was found to be negligent.
Yeah, the evidence we heard on that part, that was probably some of the most damning that I heard.
Yeah.
Is that there was just the pictures of just firearms all over the place, right? There's just all sorts of guns laying out, ammunition boxes mixed and matched. The fact that they're taking rounds out and putting them back in, and clearly not putting them in the right package. Just any package will do. So, yeah.
And the fact that there were props like belts with live rounds on the belt. There were what, eight live rounds?
That was bad. You're handing live rounds out. They could have been all over the place. I mean, literally, there could have been times where a live round was fired on the set and nobody knew it, and they thought it was a dummy.
Yeah.
Which it's crazy. I don't know. I want to hear the other side. I want to hear what their defense is here if they do present one. I think they will, but yeah.
Yeah. I have one more question.
Let's hear it.
Do you think Baldwin's charges will be dropped if she wins?
No. I think they're going to go for both. I realize.
Okay.
It just doesn't seem right that one person takes all the blame on this one. There were two key people involved, and arguably three, but two key people involved. That there should be some culpability, I think. I don't know. I've got Blackbird Speaks on the line here trying to break through. Braxton, can I let you go?
Yeah, sounds great. Have a good one.
Hey, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, and I missed Blackbird. We'll try to get it. So we tried the bottle of ranch. Well, that's the best one I've got so far. Ranch looks like mayo. I agree. We need something a little more ranchy. Let's see. Look at mod chat buffer. Hang on one second. Let me take this call here.
Call from Blackbird Squeaks.
Blackbird Squeaks. How are you doing?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I just got a little triggered by the Alec Baldwin reference. Here, real short. Here's why here's why he should be charged, and he is because he was working the hammer, but he had pressure. He had to have had pressure on the trigger at the same time. So when he said he didn't pull the trigger, he didn't pull the trigger, but I think he had pressure on the trigger at the same time he pulled the hammer and let it go.
They call it fanning the hammer.
And
in some of the competition high-speed shooting, these Western drills where they're using revolvers like this, the guns are designed specifically so that if a little bit of pressure is kept on the trigger, you can use your other hand to fan the hammer, to catch that little barb that sticks up on the back, catch and release, release, and every time you fan the hammer, it drops back, cycles the next round, and hits it and fires. So you can rapidly discharge a lot of rounds faster than you could pull individually.
And he should have been handed a cold gun. Like, there's no doubt about that. But I mean, stuff happens, and so I just wanted to say that he says he didn't pull the trigger, but what he did with his hand trying to get the shot that they wanted was absolutely, I think, leading to culpability. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah. Blackbird Squeaks, thank you very much.
Thank you, buddy.
It'll be interesting to see what the defense says on here. So
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll see you.
See you later.
Bye. Okay. I'm hearing that we have an actual photo of ranch dressing. Let's see.
Call from
Mr. Ayden.
Ivan, what's happening, my friend?
Hey, I didn't know that you were going to do this trial.
Well, where have you been? I'm just kidding.
Well, sorry, I've been in my life. I'm sorry. I haven't been here all the time.
Sorry.
I know. But no, I'm
Apology
glad you did.
accepted.
I'm glad you picked it up.
Yeah.
Yes. I apologize wholeheartedly. Is there clip art for nepotism? What if you type nepotism in? Does that come up if you type it in the clip?
Yeah, but it shows like your kid working at a liquor store. I'm not sure if that's that's what we want.
Oh, burn! Oh my God! Already up the top rope.
Hang on. Let me. I think I've got what I need here. I've got a bottle of ranch dressing. Just remove the background like a pro. There we go. Ranch dressing.
Off the top rope on a Thursday.
A tag team. We got you. So you're referencing the fact that Hannah, her entry into this field of work was probably facilitated by the fact that her dad is a well-known armorer
her stepdad.
Her stepdad in the movie industry.
Correct. That she just coincidentally or conveniently adds his last name onto the end of hers. But keep going. Yes.
Yeah. I mean that's cool. I mean that's you play the hands that you're dealt, and she was dealt an easy hand in that front. My concern is that
who hired her?
HR. I don't know. It's whoever makes the little script at the end of the movie that shows all the names. That person.
Okay.
But
isn't Alec the director? Isn't he running the show?
I think we're going to hear a little bit about the choice of why she was hired or something on her training or background. I expect we'll get in there a little bit more than just the fact that she appeared to be not very good at her job. By what some of the evidence says, but interesting.
Yeah, that cart looked like my 8th grade locker. Okay,
it was pretty rough. Multiple firearms out, and I realize some scenes have multiple firearms, so that's not a problem in and of itself. But it concerned me. It's like that looked like the Lost and Found at the elementary school. That's what it looked like. It was just everyone throw your props here. We'll sort them out later. Okay.
Like if you go to your neighborhood pool, that's like the Lost and Found part.
All right, you're taking me away from my artwork, and do you have any other points you need to make?
Get back to your passion.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ivan. Appreciate you. Bye. Okay, I just missed Amber's call. Let's see if she calls back here. I think we got her. Amber, are you there?
I'm here. How are y'all?
Good. Are you feeling any better?
Feeling better. I'm feeling a little bit more human.
we missed you yesterday. Chat got away with murder. I mean, almost literally. First of all, I was medicated. Oh, we're back in court. Sorry, back in court. Their approach. You can keep talking for now. DSN, thank you for gifting a membership. What's on your mind, Amber? I've got the salad dressing.
I know you got the picture that I sent you, so I'm glad you found that one. So when you're working on the picture while we're in court, you need to create a text box and type in Bonanza, but it needs to be in the same font as Rust Movie Trial is.
And that's going to be on the ranch bottle?
Yeah, it needs to be on the ranch bottle because remember, it's Bonanza Ranch that this happened at.
Okay. Let's see. So
there's no possible way of copyright. It doesn't even have ranch on the bottle.
What if I put Hidden Bonanza Ranch on it? Is that too much?
I don't know that you're going to be able to see all of that.
Well, if the ranch bottle is bigger than the church, I can make it work. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate the hot tip on the ranch bottle. We're going to get that on here. Thanks for keeping me honest on what goes in the picture as well. So we're back in court here, so we'll let you go. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Ready for defense. Opening statements in moments here. We're just waiting for the jury, I believe. Tamara Curran, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. You guys are super generous. We also had, earlier we had Little Miss gifted a membership, or gifted 10, and DSN gifted a membership as well. Thank you, all of you. That's the juror's door. Ooh. Ding, fries are done. Guppy Fish says Baldwin was a director, but he was a financial director. He was not responsible for hiring or firing, only the money. That's one of those positions where you can just donate enough to the movie that you get your name under a fancy title, but you don't really do any of the work. We're going to still need a way to put George on here. How do we adequately represent George and his greatness? Producer or the production company is the one that hires people for movies. The judge types very hard. Like I feel each keystroke in my head because of my headphones. George Washington. George in this case is our bailiff. First name basis, judge and the bailiff. We've seen how that went before, but I think it's all appropriate here. So, dollar bill for George. Valerie, I like how you think. We need a dollar bill for George. This is how we remember stuff. Honestly, this is good. Okay. See, elements, dollar bill. Ooh, I've got a good one. Yeah. We're going to need some guidance with the positioning. I wish I could just turn this over to you guys and let you build it. But I think I have to pay $15 for each person I let in to Canva. So that would not be a good financial decision on my part. Okay, I'll show you on the next break what we have as we're waiting for the jury. The jury must be like a down the street, down at the hotel, and they have to fetch them, Uber them back every time during the break. You know how ranches have the entrance arch sign at the gate? We need that with Bonanza on it. Barbara, in my head I can see that.
All rise.
You may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are privileged, our team, to represent Hannah Gutierrez Reed, who's sitting over here. And we're here because of a tragedy. Hannah. There's no doubt. There was a tragic occurrence on that movie set. But let me tell you something you already know. Just because there was a tragedy does not mean that a crime was committed. It does not mean that Hannah Gutierrez Reed caused the crimes they have charged her with. And we are going to, through the course of this case, show you that production and the state have both, very early on, sought to make Hannah Gutierrez Reed a scapegoat. That's what this is about. You're going to hear that this tragedy, several unconnected events, independent events had to happen to create it. First, the first event that had to happen is the actor Alec Baldwin pointed a gun on that set, and he either had his finger on the trigger and the hammer cocked, or he pulled the trigger as he was pointing that at Miss Hutchins and Mr. Souza, who was right behind her. And make no mistake, this is not a prop gun, this is a real gun. Mr. Baldwin pointed it right at him, either had his finger on the trigger and depressed, or pulled it. causing that gun to fire and hit Miss Hutchins. That's the first thing that had to happen. Miss Gutierrez Reed, you're not going to hear anything about her being in that church or firing that weapon. That was Alec Baldwin. You will hear that Hollywood actors are not allowed to point guns, real guns, at other actors or crew. It's like every other safety with guns in any other place in society. You learn these rules and go into the classes. You learn these rules if you've ever owned a gun. Rule number 1, never point a firearm at somebody unless you intend to shoot them. And that rule was broken. And that's going to be the first thing you're going to hear that caused this tragic accident. The second thing is that Hannah is being made a scapegoat for are deliberate errors and mistakes by production. So the opening, counsel for the state talked about Miss Gutierrez Reed and tried to put all of the onus on her. At the time, she was 24 years old. She had been hired for 2 duties, a props assistant, and you're going to hear what that is, and the armorer role. 2 different duties. So they were splitting her between those and making her, for example, roll cowboy cigarettes. That was one of them for the movie, and they had props that the actors have. And so she was having to do that to take away from her armorer duties. You're going to hear about that. Now, OSHA is a New Mexico agency, and that New Mexico agency inspected the movie and investigated this shooting after the shooting. You're going to hear that OSHA found fault with production. They found numerous faults, numerous mistakes on production's part, not Miss Gutierrez Reed, on production. You're going to hear that OSHA indicated that there was a rush set, that there were several safety errors, and I'm going to talk about those in a moment, but I want to make that very clear. When the state talks about Miss Gutierrez Reed being negligent, what really happened is production was negligent. Production put her in that position. They put her in the position of having 2 jobs, a props assistant and an armorer, and expected a 24-year-old under really tough conditions to keep up with everything that was going on. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear that Miss Gutierrez Reed emailed the production manager, Gabrielle Pickle, who was on the set. You're going to hear Gabrielle Pickle. And she asked her for more armorer days. She said in this email, when I'm not able to focus on my armorer duties, this is when mistakes happen. And she was telling her this. Now, Miss Pickle came back and said, no, we only have 8 armorer days, and that's all you're going to get. So out of the whole course of the movie, they didn't allow her to be an armorer and to perform those duties to the extent that she had to. And that's going to be a very important point, too. They moved her between 2 different things, props assistant and armorer. Counsel for the state, in his opening, said that Miss Gutierrez Reed had the job of sourcing the ammo and sourcing the firearms on set. Now, you're going to hear when you go through this about another name, and her name is Sarah Zachary. Sarah Zachary was the props head. So as the head of props department, she was Miss Gutierrez Reed's boss. In that role, Sarah Zachary had to source the ammunition and had to source the firearms. So that was not correct, what counsel stated in the opening. In reality, that was Sarah Zachary's job. Now you're going to hear that what happened is those 2 worked together in conjunction. Hannah was, Miss Gutierrez Reed was supposed to be doing armor, and then she was supposed to run over and help Sarah Zachary whenever she wanted the help on props. So a lot of what you're going to hear is a chaotic scene created by production and forcing somebody to do these 2 different roles. You're going to hear witnesses in this case, including professional armorer that the state has hired, and other people that will tell you is completely inadvisable and a terrible decision on a movie like this with so many guns that you have a part-time armorer. It just is not a good idea, and that's a terrible idea, but that's what they did. Now, as counsel stated, you will hear that this scene in the church was a blocking. It was a getting ready for a rehearsal. So you're going to hear that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had brought the gun to Mr. Halls, that Mr. Halls never should have handled that weapon. And you're going to see he had a lot of experience in movies. He knew better. He had the weapon. He did not inspect that fully. And you're going to see that Mr. Baldwin didn't inspect it at all. So when counsel showed you that video on the first part of it, when he's sitting in that pew and doing that cross draw, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear how dangerous a seated cross draw is. It's one of the more dangerous draws you can do because you're pulling the weapon across your body, and you can also pull it across other people. So you're going to hear that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed specifically requested to train Mr. Baldwin in a cross draw. You're also going to hear that he did not do that training. He did not set that training up. So when this tragic shooting occurred, it was in the very motion of a cross draw. You're also going to hear that this scene, this blocking, didn't even require him to draw that weapon. So it was just going to be an extreme close-up scene of his hand pulling out of his holster, and they were going to focus on that, create tension in the scene in the movie. Instead, for whatever reason, Mr. Baldwin pulled it out, and it ends up being pointed right at Ms. Hutchins, the camera, and Mr. Souza. You're also going to hear, we're going to talk about in the course of this case, there's Hollywood tricks. These guns should never be pointed at another person. That instead what should happen is there's camera tricks that you can use to make it look like it's pointed, but it's not. There's also things we're going to talk about that Mr. Baldwin did at that moment that he violated, and safety rules. Our gun and ammunition expert, Mr. Kuski, who you're going to hear from, is going to discuss safe gun handling and usage and go through safety bulletins. These safety bulletins apply on this set to movie actors, and he's going to talk about that. Second, let me talk about the live rounds. Now, the state has a relatively new theory, which is based totally on pictures, and you saw some of those pictures, and it's also based on the idea that live rounds have a silver primer on this set. So that's going to be the core of their argument and their theory. And you saw in the picture, one of them had a silver primer, and the primer is just that circle in the middle of the round on the back where the hammer hits, and that's what caused the round to fire. Now, what you didn't hear in state's opening was that there's going to be numerous dummy rounds that also have silver primers that were on this set. There was a FBI report you're going to see that a box removed from the prop truck had 16 silver primer dummies and 1 silver primer suspected live round. So this was a box found in the prop truck. So the theory that all the silver primer rounds are live is not correct. It's just not true. So you're going to hear during the course of this evidence, because of these silver primer dummies, that theory does not work. Second, you're going to hear that Rust Production ordered all the dummies on set. Rust Production sourced these primarily from a man named Seth Kinney. Seth Kinney owned PDQ Props. PDQ Props was the primary supplier to the Rust set. Now you're going to hear that after the shooting, Seth Kinney was extremely active in contacting the sheriffs and trying to work with them and trying to point the finger away from himself. And you're going to hear about that. You're also going to hear that Sarah Zachary, who I told you about earlier, after the shooting, she sent a text to Seth Kinney, and it said emergency. Now, Sarah Zachary works for Seth Kinney and PDQ Props. She worked on set, but she was under him. She sent a text to Seth Kinney saying emergency. You're then going to hear that they had a phone call very shortly after. This is just minutes after the shooting. Sarah and Seth are talking on the phone. Now, we don't have that actual phone call, but whatever was said, here's what happened the very next thing. Sarah Zachary goes over and removes rounds from two of the weapons, two of the actors' guns, and she throws them away. Now, that's absolute and complete scene tampering. And when she first was interviewed by the sheriff, Sarah Zachary said, "I was panicked, and that's all I can tell you." Now, I expect in the course of this case, you're going to hear that when she was interviewed, she's going to say something like, "I threw them away because that's what we do after scenes." And you're going to get to evaluate her credibility and determine, why would these be thrown away? If they're dummy rounds, they're rounds that can be reused. They cost money. It doesn't make sense. You would just throw them away. And what was the real reason Sarah Zachary threw those rounds away right after her call with Seth Kenney? Now, you're also going to hear that right after the shooting, Sarah Zachary went over and she shook some rounds and determined that they didn't shake, meaning she felt like they were live rounds. So then she throws these away. Now, they're thrown in trash. She tells law enforcement, but on that day they don't find them. But she threw them in trash right by the prop truck, you're going to hear, but they didn't find them. So we don't have those rounds. And you're not going to be able to hear this in the course of this case or see what Sarah Zachary threw away. You're not going to be able to have that because they were never recovered. That's scene tampering. You're also going to hear another instance of scene tampering, that Sarah Zachary carried items from the prop cart. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that prop cart. Right after the shooting, she carried items to the prop truck. So she moved items from the cart, knowing there had been a shooting, knowing law enforcement's going to be here, to the prop truck. So the other problem with the state's theory now, and showing you that picture of those boxes in Benavides' truck and how they were kept on the seat, is that we don't know what was taken from the cart completely. What we do know is that one box, Seth Kenney's box, appeared and was found in the prop truck. And we know that Sarah Zachary transported items from the prop cart to the prop truck. We know that. But we're never going to know exactly what was on that cart at the time of the shooting because it was tampered with. We're also not going to know, because you're going to see on Officer Benavides' lapel video, that right after the shooting, Miss Gutierrez Reed was taken into his vehicle and segregated. She was segregated from all the other witnesses. She's sitting in his vehicle. Officer Benavides Deputy Benavides feels like he has to stay with Miss Gutierrez Reed because she's distraught. So he tells another person to go get the prop cart. The prop cart is over by the church. He tells somebody else to walk over and get it. Now, I think he's going to acknowledge that he should have gone and got that prop cart. Problem with that is this is just a random, this is not a law enforcement, not random, we know who it is, but this is law enforcement's job to secure the scene. After a shooting like this, you don't want evidence to go walking away. You don't want it to go missing. You don't want it, because we're here on a reasonable doubt standard. That standard is the highest standard under our law. That means you can't convict somebody in this country, no matter who they are, unless you prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And what we've got here is theories based on evidence that has already been tampered with. And you're going to hear that in this case. That's not even going to be questioned. So you're going to have to take the leap that whatever Sarah took to the prop truck, we don't know. And whatever she did with those rounds, we don't know. And you may not know why. But I can tell you, it occurred right after the call with Seth Kenney. And you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about his contacts with a witness named Del Reed. Del Reed is the father of Miss Gutierrez Reed. Del Reed is one of the most renowned armorers in the history of movies. You're going to hear that he's been doing this for over 50 years. He's trained Brad Pitt, Sharon Stone, Denzel Washington. He did Tombstone. Some of you might have seen that. He did 310 to Yuma. He's the real deal. And you're going to hear that he trained Miss Gutierrez Reed. Did very well trained. She also went to film school, and she completed a bachelor's degree in that. So you're going to see that she was trained, she was educated, and she was ready for this job. Now, it was her second job as head armorer. You're going to hear that she had one prior, and then she had also worked as an assistant on another movie. But you're going to hear that from the time she was a little girl, her dad, Thel Reed, had her on these movie sets, and he was training her. Now, Thel, the reason why I mention him is he and Seth Kinney, right before Rust started, were on another movie set called Yellowstone 1883, and that occurred in Texas. You're going to hear that Thel Reed brought live rounds. These were 45 Colt live rounds to Texas, and he and Seth Kinney were going to train the actors on a range, not on the set, but on a range. So they sometimes train these actors to fire the weapon and see how the recoil is and kind of get a feel for it for the movie scene. So he brought these live rounds. They did the training. They did Yellowstone 83. And then Seth Kinney kept these live rounds in an ammo can. He did not give them back to Thel Reed. And again, you're going to see these were 45 Colt live rounds. Fast forward. Wasn't that much longer, within months, that we have Rust set. And Seth Kinney is the primary supplier of ammunition to the Rust set. You're going to see evidence in this case that Seth Kinney's rounds in a box that the sheriffs found were blued. They were a certain color. And we'll remind you, as we go through, we'll highlight that, but they were a certain color. And you're going to see, for example, on the picture that the state showed you in their opening, the live round they said that was in that gun belt, it's the same color. And you're going to be able to put that together as the evidence comes through. It's the same color as the rounds that Seth had that were blued. You're also going to hear that the sheriff's investigation, they never took Seth Kinney's fingerprints. They never took his DNA. They didn't take his cell phone. So again, we're going to be missing evidence. Knowing that Seth Kinney was the primary ammunition supplier, knowing that he and Sarah Zachary had talked right after the shooting, Sarah had thrown rounds away, Sarah had moved stuff from the prop truck, none of Seth Kinney's phone, fingerprints, or DNA were taken. And you're also going to hear that there was no request to the FBI to check those live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. None. So the FBI lab was requested to do a bunch of forensic tests. They were testing the firearm Mr. Baldwin used to see if it functioned correctly. You're going to hear about other tests they did, but no testing on the live rounds. Zero. Again, that's going to be evidence that you are never going to see or have because the government didn't do it. And again, we have a reasonable doubt standard. Our expert, Mr. Kuski, is going to talk about the government's theory, state's theory, about these colors and the rounds. And I talked about that earlier briefly, but I'm just going to say it again because it's so important. You cannot tell a live round from a dummy by a picture. And the reason for that is that the dummies are made in Hollywood to look just like live rounds. Now, the point of that is the people watching the movie don't know that it's a dummy. They're made to look just like a live round. Now, the picture counsel for the state showed earlier showed a hole in that round. That is how they make some of the dummies. It's not how they make all the dummies. Some of the dummies, unfortunately, do not shake and they do not have a hole in them. And you're going to hear that one of those rounds was on this set. It's going to be in the CSI Tech, Miss Popple. It's in her report. It's called a Denix round from Spain. That round did not shake. So that's a dummy that looks like a live round, and it does not shake with the BB, so you can tell. Mr. Kuski is going to talk about how this is highly dangerous and how Ms. Gutierrez Reed was faced with the situation on this set of dealing with a mixed match of dummies, cheap dummies, he's going to call garbage, that were just thrown together that she had to deal with. Again, while OSHA's going to tell you she's being rushed, she's having to perform 2 jobs, she's asking for more resources and help from her manager, and she's not getting it. Third, you're going to hear that David Halls, the first assistant director, that he's going to say Ms. Gutierrez Reed was doing a good job. Now he's going to, and she did good with safety on set. He was the first assistant director. He was the one that took the firearm and handed it to Baldwin. You're going to hear testimony that he never should have had that firearm, never. You're going to hear from a director, P.J. Pesh, who's done movies for over 30 years. P.J. Pesh has done, you're going to hear about all his credits. He's worked on all kinds of movies. He's going to tell you that he's never seen a first assistant director in all those movies ever handle a weapon and hand it to the actor. This was a highly, highly unusual setup and management created by production. That was their fault. And what they've tried to do, and what you're seeing in this courtroom today, is trying to blame it all on Hannah. The 24-year-old, because why? Because she's an easy target. She's the least powerful person on that set. So what do? And you're going to see the evidence. They target her. You're also going to hear that David Halls, he did not address prior safety issues. And this is part of the thing that OSHA found. David Halls, there were 2 accidental or negligent discharges on set. And what that is Sarah Zachary had one of them, and a stunt double for Baldwin had another one. What those are, you have a firearm with a blank in it, and you don't either decock it, it's called, where you put the hammer down slowly so it doesn't fire. You don't do that right, and then it goes off unexpectedly. Sarah Zachary did that. The second one you're going to hear, a stunt double had a misfire, and these were on the same day, 5 days before the shooting, October 16th, the same day within an hour apart. Ms. Gutierrez Reed addressed it by talking about them because these are safety incidents. You can't have misfires like this, negligent discharges like this. People are walking around, they don't have ear protection. These blanks can actually fire off stuff out of smoke and everything that can, it's dangerous. So David Halls did not do anything about it. Again, that's his job. You're going to hear that he was the security coordinator for the entire set. But David Halls didn't delay. He didn't order additional training. You're going to hear some of the head people, if you hear from them in this trial for Rust Production, some of the head guys, they didn't even know about it. So they weren't informed about it. That's how much the production cared about safety. Because you know what the primary thing was here? It was rush, get this done so we can get the money. And that's all on production. And Mr. Baldwin is one of the primary producers. That's on them. Ms. Gutierrez Reed had no control over that. Finally, you're going to hear from OSHA that Rust Production didn't adhere to several safety rules that they have to adhere to on set. That's why they were fined. They gave them the largest fine in the history of New Mexico over this case because of what they did. You're going to hear that they didn't have a procedure to ensure live rounds were not brought into set, nor did they give Ms. Zachary or Ms. Gutierrez Reed enough time to thoroughly inventory. You're going to hear that Halls did not conduct daily safety meetings, and there was no safety instruction prior to Baldwin using the gun in the church. You're going to hear that Russ failed to accord Ms. Gutierrez Reed more training days, and she was not able to train Baldwin on the cross draw. And you're going to hear again that Mr. Baldwin, one of the lead producers, head actor in the movie who really controlled the set. You're going to hear that he violated some of the most basic gun safety rules you can ever learn. From a young age, we all learn you don't point a gun at somebody, ever, unless you want to shoot them. You treat all guns as loaded, and you keep your finger out of the trigger until you're ready to shoot. He violated all of those. That wasn't Miss Gutierrez Reed, that was Mr. Baldwin. Now you're going to hear from some other witnesses. There's going to be a lot of them, but the core principles at the end are you're going to be missing critical evidence. You're going to not hear about Seth Kenney because the government didn't investigate him. It chose not to. Mr. Kenney, primary ammo supplier, talking with Sarah Zachary, she's throwing stuff away. They didn't go after him, they went after Miss Gutierrez Reed. And you can think about that. Why would they do that? Miss Gutierrez Reed did the best job she could under very, very tough circumstances, trying to get into this profession, a profession she really wanted to do. She was trained by her dad, a longtime armorer, 24 years old. She had insufficient time to do her armorer duties because she was also forced to do props. And management made a number of mistakes and did not create the proper atmosphere. Rust Production and the state want to scapegoat her. She is not guilty of the crimes charged against her. And the prosecution must prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and I submit they will not in this trial for the reasons I've stated and the evidence that you will see.
All right, thank you. As requested by the council, I'm directing any one that's going to be called as a witness in this case, including an expert witness as stipulated by the council, that none of these witnesses may be viewing this trial live stream on Court TV. Call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state called Nicholas LaFleur.
All right.
So there's a video that's going to be entered here that we're not going to be able to see. I believe this was filmed at the scene. We may get audio here, so just a warning that maybe we need a content warning here. We are aware there's a verdict in the AM case. Has not been read
Have you
yet.
advised Grace? I'll use that word.
I'll take care of it.
All right, thank you.
We did previously, but
yeah.
Okay, you face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Good.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Officer Nicholas LaFleur, and then the last name is spelled Lefleur.
Officer LaFleur, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the city of Santa Fe.
And how long have you worked for the city of Santa Fe?
Going on 2 years.
And what is your role at the city of Santa Fe?
I'm a police officer.
All right. Prior to working at the Santa Fe Police Department, where were you employed?
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
All right. And is that where you were employed on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on October 21st, 2021, were you called out to the Ruston movie set?
Yes, sir.
How did you receive that call?
It came over the radio as I was in close proximity.
Did you receive any information as part of that call?
That someone had been shot on a movie set.
All right. And what did you do in response to that call?
Got there as safely and as quickly as I could.
And when you arrived to the set, were there any other law enforcement personnel there?
I was the first one there. I believe there was a volunteer firefighter unit in front of me.
Okay. And when you arrived on the set, where did you arrive?
Right in front of the church they had set up as a prop piece.
Okay. And on that day, were you wearing a lapel camera or a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of State's Exhibit 1 that's been stipulated to by counsel.
All right.
This is the video we're not going to see.
Publish it to the jury?
Yes.
And do we want to do a reminder to cut the live stream? This is that video. You did it.
This is the
Okay.
one you need to cut the live stream. Thank you.
You need to cut the live stream. I think we agreed that we weren't going to show it. We're going to show other things, but not the video. Looks like they're taking the audio as well. To put the popcorn in the microwave, as they have to do before any exhibit. And now is a great time to update you with the Justice for Harmony update that is coming in right now. That Adam Montgomery was found guilty on all charges. He was found guilty on all charges. Whew, that was a rough case. So. While this plays out, we'll let this let this continue to run just for a minute. This might be a couple minutes of body cam footage. Miss Christie, this often happens that evidence is excluded from the public live stream, even though people who observe in court can see it. Looks like they haven't even started playing it yet. They can't. The tech guy is there. Can't even figure out how to make it run. They can't get audio. Bree is in court giving us updates here. They can't get audio. I think the judge might call a break here. Let's see what happens. Dean. You emailed it to me, right? Is that where it was? Or was it on Twitter? I don't remember. Twitter. Okay, let me check the X. See what happens. The jury is a jury of 16. Row 1 looks like a mix of 4 men and 4 women. Okay, Dean, send it again. I may have put it in a safe place. The fact that people are walking around means they're still struggling with the tech. Judge stated the live stream would not be heard during video and testimony from witness during such video, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So they've cut they're allowed to show something other than the video during the video, but we're not going to show the video and we're not going to hear the audio from this as well. Danny, what a difference a day makes, right? Was that just yesterday that you were on our live stream duty? Interesting defense. Interesting that they're pointing the finger of blame everywhere else. It's hard for me to get past the fact that her job was literally to make sure this was safe. And now how many lawyers does it take to play a video? And now they're basically saying everyone else, we're going to blame the supplier, we're going to blame the actor, we're going to blame the other people on set that could have had some impact. We're going to cast some suspicion around what everyone else did after the shooting to say that might have changed everything, moved things around. We don't know who else. It's basically saying there might have been some, they were stopped just short of saying there was some malicious tampering involved to frame her. Thunder Road Queen. I have not, we've not followed that today. You could check it out on Judge's channel if you really want to follow that one. But we're gonna jump to this one instead. Dean, you say you sent it to me. Did you send it to me in a direct message? Because I'm not getting it. Do you have AT&T, Dean? She said she was 24, that she was rushed in her job. She was doing 2 duties, that she had written an email complaining about the fact that she didn't have enough time to focus on it, and because of that, accidents could happen. That almost sounds, that's very ominous. Let's put it that way. I don't see why there would be live ammunition on a set like this. They do plenty of other dangerous things, but live ammunition, I don't see why they would have it. You're in Mexico, no AT&T. We do have the officer who's testifying right now is Officer Nicholas Lafleur. They're trying to get the body cam to be shown here, but they're struggling with the audio and the video. Noise on my line. All right. Who's in charge of the ammo? She was. Yes. She's basically saying she was sent a mixed box of ammo.
Like this? Okay. Ah.
Noreen, thank you for the super chat. We're now up to 4 lawyers. I'm not here to brag, but you know, I could solve their problem. 4 people now making it not work.
Let's start the video back from the beginning.
You might hear it. Nope. They've cut the audio again. That's back.
You got your truck kit? Yeah, I'm trying to heat it up. Stupid new truck. I go to BBMs.
Can everybody hear it? Try it again. Because in the back of the room you can't hear anything.
They're just... For the sake of all your ears, I'm going to put a high pass or a low pass filter on.
Okay, let's stop there. Officer, what are you getting out of your truck? What's happening in that portion of the clip we just watched?
So I arrive on scene, go around to my passenger seat where I keep the shooting trauma kit, hand it to what I believe was one of the volunteer firefighters, and then have some trouble with everything that's locked because it was a new unit and everything, which wasn't used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask for airway purposes. They can help an individual get oxygen.
Okay. Thank you.
A seal. You have a seal? A seal? I got a sterile glove, packing gloves. Okay. Over there? My hand is on it. Talking? Where's the right shoulder? Stop. Where's she shot at? She came in here and went across her chest. And came out the back. You want air flight? Yeah, we all went in route. Okay. 32 Santa Fe. 1 female shot in the chest. Male shot in the stomach. Requested air flight. GPS coordinates. It's okay. I got you right here. How many people yell at me there? 32, I got just Santa Fe medics. Santa Fe, both approximately 140 pounds. Elderly male and young female.
It's locked because it was a new unit and everything, which wasn't used to pulling it out as fast. And then I go retrieve a BVM kit. It's a bag valve mask.
He's playing the YouTube stream.
Airway purposes, they can help an individual get oxygen.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we may need court IT. That was just a replay of his previous testimony.
You were watching the video to watch chat to see what publicers is thinking about the comments and what's being presented, and you had that going in the background, and we heard both audios. This is a tech disaster.
Please, Brian, will you go get Grace?
I like how the judge is like, Brian, George,
will
Brian,
you go get Grace?
We need Grace here now. George is busy.
Approach the bench with counsel.
Okay, so Grace is the Court TV rep, and she's saying, "Hey, what's up with that? Why are we hearing that?" Calling her to the principal's office. I'm wondering if she said, "Well, this could be really bad." Hang on. I wonder if she's upset because the live stream was playing with the audio. Accidents happen. This is number 4 for accidents. This could be bad. IT's to blame as well. Okay, so what happened there is the computer that was used to play the video was also playing the live stream. And so when the video stopped and the testimony started, we heard the delayed audio from the live stream. Judge is frowny. She got her pointing finger up. Prosecution's nodding. Trying to work out a solution here. Those darn IT people. Braxton, you know it. Blame IT. Blame IT in Canada, right? Laurel Renee. In answer to your question, that particular case is a very tough one because of the 3 sons, the killing of the 3 sons. We're probably not going to follow that one. There's a lot of other cases going on, so probably won't do that one. Okay, little smiles there. It's not as serious as everybody thought. Everyone's happy.
Right. Okay, so
we're going to take a break.
Why don't you be back downstairs at 12:30? Would that work for you all? Okay, so follow George's directions, but you know where to go on the first floor and wait for George, okay? Thank you.
One other situation.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you very much.
Hannah, you're welcome to stand for the jury as well. That would be... There you go. Okay, one other thing that could have happened there is if they ran the audio through Court TV's audio and then looped it back into the system. So Court TV, the way they've tied into the system may have created the problem that we just had. It's a loop. So it was not us. We're good. Tech disaster is what happened here. And Court TV has the volume down. Probably because...
We're in recess.
Huh. I agree. I think somebody played the video. That's the most likely conclusion is that someone played the video on the computer. So the attorney who said, we're going to play this, they were watching the trial and they probably minimized it or something. And the volume was turned down. Okay. So they could watch the trial, put the pieces together. The volume's turned down so that they can watch whatever channel they're watching it on without any interruption, audio interruption in court. Hello? Oh, hung up. I don't know who it was. So So they've taken their laptop, they've opened up Court TV, Law and Crime, Recovery Addict, whoever it is that's covering, Emily DeBaker. They've opened up whatever they want to watch, and they've turned the volume down so they can watch and just keep an eye on chat, because they monitor chat in these trials. Then they say, okay, now we need to play evidence in court. We're going to use our laptop. We'll take it up there. They plug it in. Bree, do you need me to send some cables?
I think I need everything. I think I was in Zachary Anderson. Isn't that the one the judge heard you? I think we're in that part too. I panicked.
Oh my goodness.
So they were showing lapel video from the officer, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing really happening. And he was pausing it and talking to him. So he paused. He's like, okay, what are you doing here? Whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So they restart the video. In about 10 seconds in restarting the video, the officer's testimony they gave while he paused about what he was doing just starts playing.
They were playing.
And everybody... Yeah, it repeated itself, but it was the actual testimony from the courtroom. So it was like somebody's audio was on. It was delayed from what he just did. I'm grabbing every device I own, making sure I have no audio going from anywhere, going, don't be me, don't be me, don't be me. It wasn't. They can't figure out what it is, so that's why they took an early lunch. So we're early lunch now, till 12:30.
Oh, man. So Bree, they called Alice. Was it Alice? Up there.
Officer LaFleur, yeah. Officer LaFleur.
No, they called Alice, the lady they called up from Court TV.
Okay, yeah.
They called
because
her up.
they weren't, yeah.
Because they don't know what's happening.
Because they made sure that she knew not to, they made sure that they knew not to stream the video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The whole video.
Yeah. I still think they haven't figured out what caused the problem. Okay.
No, they haven't. Well, no, because that was the lady, I think it's the lady that was in the other case, the special prosecutor, I think is who it is, the blonde. So after the judge put me into recess, she's like, well, I want to kind of see what happened and recreate it. And the judge goes, well, I'm not going to be here for that. And they're like, no, you don't need to be.
Okay, so just for everyone, this is Bree. Bree is on the phone. Bree is in the courtroom. She's there in New Mexico watching this court. She was there for a jury selection as well. She's been getting us some great information and updates and some great behind-the-scenes photos outside the courtroom and everything. So it's awesome to get this. Do you have any updates on the jury for us?
So, I was going to send that over to you. So right now it looks like the front row has 4 men and 4 women. Back row is 5 men, 2 women. Yeah, because it's 7 and 7. Most of the jury's going to be older. I would probably guesstimate most of them between 30s to 50s. There are a couple younger. The women seem to be the ones that are younger. Everybody is taking copious notes. Like they said in the opening that they would have a notepad and they could ask questions. They are like feverish, so you can see them writing down, taking notes. There's one girl in the back that I think she's writing almost every single word that they're doing. So.
Wow. Awesome. Maybe they learned from juror number 1. I'm excited. I'm excited about questions. We get questions in this case. I am too. So this will be telling. Oftentimes the jury thinks about things that the prosecution and defense just don't think to bring up. So this will be
absolutely. And I really think both statements opening for both teams actually was very good. Really just trying to kind of show how she was one who said, I think that last statement was like, I should have checked better. The state really showed that, she didn't do what they were supposed to do. But then the defense came up and said, hey, this wasn't all on her, and found different ways to show that there could be some doubt. So I'm going to be really interested to see what the actual evidence shows on both sides.
There will be. A couple of questions for you, Bree. First of all, did you know we're doing an Alec Baldwin counter for how many times his name got mentioned?
I thought before I started.
Wonderful. So we'll do that. We've got a question. Digital String Theory says, can you ask her how hard it is to get in the courtroom? Thinking of going next week. What was your experience accessing it as a member of the public?
It was super easy. I'm the only one. I am the only one from the general public in here. All that's in here is media. They have 3 rows designated for public to be able to come in and sit down. Court starts promptly, I think, at 8:30. The doors of the courthouse open to 8. I would get there a little bit earlier just to not have to wait behind all the mass media that are, because they do
all their live streams, the hits and everything from outside. Yeah.
But the metal detectors and stuff, they have metal detectors inside the courtroom. So, they kind of got a little cattle, prod, at one point in time. So you could get stuck, if you're not there early.
That is wonderful. What is your plans for attending court? I know you've taken some time off to do this. What's your?
Look, I have to burn some PTO. Don't worry about that. I normally be here today. I'll probably be here tomorrow. It kind of depends on kind of my work week next week, whatever. But I mean, it's literally 10 minutes from my house. I parked in a free parking lot and I walked over. So, it's actually hasn't been bad. I immediately ran because my brain said juror number 1. I went on the break to the restroom. Everybody goes in there. Next thing you know, I turn around and it's the lady that I've seen the messages on about the jacket and the hair tie. And then I turned and there's Hannah in the bathroom. I'm like, I'm done washing my hands. I threw the paper towels away and I scurried out of the bathroom before I could even
hands are dripping. You're like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, wow. Bree, do you want to out yourself as far as where you're sitting in the courtroom if you want anybody to be able to
I'm in the, I'm like in the front. Like, so I don't think you're going to see me because I'm on the side of the jury. So I'm kind of sitting right there. I'm in a gray, like sweater top. So if anybody sees me with dark hair, I'm there. I'm probably the only one without mask. Everybody's in here feverishly because, they can't live record because there's only one still photographer and one video feed. So they all have their laptops out because you can't have your cell phone out either. Live tweeting as they go. I actually was sitting next to Alex from News Nation for a little bit today. So
awesome. Well, I'm super stoked that you're getting this experience, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. As you're able, please continue to do that. We appreciate that. Tell us again the break we're getting right now. Sorry, Petrified said, "I'm not getting shot in the bathroom today." It was your comment,
right? Exactly, 100%. I'm not going to get called back after this. I'm like, I don't see anybody today.
So what's the break? Is it lunch right now or?
It's lunch. Yeah, they're doing early lunch because they're trying to figure out this video because they started it and it would go about 10 seconds and freeze. And then once they got it, they switched out laptops. They did all this stuff. Then they got the second laptop and then it started playing repeat testimony that we don't know where it came from. And so they just decided to try to figure that out, that they're going to go ahead and do lunch early. Court will resume at 12:30.
12:30. What time is it right now?
11:45.
11:45, 12:30. So we have 45 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What I think happened was one of the lawyers used the laptop to monitor the court TV feed, probably either to make sure they were doing it right and not showing what they shouldn't, or to watch chat and see what public or input was.
And I'm sure that's what it is. And it was about a 30-second delay.
They had the volume turned down, and then when they tried to plug it in and it wouldn't work the volume, they turned the volume up. But because the sound had been turned off in court, nothing happened until the delay caught up and they got him. So.
Yeah.
And he sure looked surprised, though. He was like, where's this coming from?
God.
I know that feel. I know that feel.
100%. And my brain just went to that day because I was there live with you that day going, and I don't know, obviously, depending upon what happens with Alec, I know they're planning on doing his trial in the summer. So I don't know if there's anything to do with getting media for you for this or whatever. I mean, if you need me to come sit through that one too, we're good. I mean,
It's going to be a busy summer. We'll see how the schedule pans out. Corey Richards could happen as well. You never know. It's going to be a wild summer.
Yeah, they had mentioned that the only thing they don't like about this is they don't really think it's kind of fair because a lot of the same witnesses are going to be testifying in Alex's case too. So now his attorneys can watch this case live and kind of see where they're going with everything and give him kind of a little bit unfair advantage on what she's getting.
Yeah. That's how it works, though. I mean, you can't try them at the same time.
No, 100%.
Bree, thank you very much. Grab yourself some lunch. We get back in court and continue to have the time of your life on your day off. So,
yeah, no worries. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we have a lunch break for 45 minutes, which means we're going to take a quick half-hour break. We'll come back in half an hour and return with all the action. Is that fair? Let's see where we're at here as far as this goes. Let's see, what do we have? I'm trying to do curved clip art. Can somebody help me? I don't know how to do curved clip art on for Bonanza. I need like this little shape. I need Bonanza to be on curved. Let's group those two together. There we go. This needs to be on the hanging from the fence here or something. I don't know. Maybe we could do something like that. Maybe like so. It's not straight. I need to unlink them. Okay, we'll get that figured out. But I need somebody to figure out how to do this. Which person in the courtroom is our fellow addict? That would be Bree. Bree is there. Let's see, and we may have some others going next week as well. Add a counter. We do the counter, but I won't have it on the artwork here. We do have some ranch dressing leaning up against the Bonanza sign, the ranch sign. We've got the dummy. I've got the dollar bill. That's George. That's George on the dollar bill. We have a bag of snow right over here because we've got a little bag of snow. We've got the church. Let's see. Anything else? I just don't know how to sort things out, where to put things. We need the flag of Spain. Here we go. Because Spain got blamed for the Spain flag. Typing is hard, guys. Typing is really hard. There we go. This little flag right here is going to be up on top of the church. Is that all right? If we put it down here. Because Spain got blamed. There we go. All right, can you import a PNG? I can make you the sign with the curved text if you can import it. Yes, I can. I can. But I need the same font. Is that all right? Got to use the cocaine clip art. I can't do that. Computer on fire. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on the computer on fire. Maybe this one's pretty nice. That's legit. That's a photo. All right. I think that's it. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break because we have time to do that. I'm going to restart the live stream. We're going to continue with part 2, which is continued testimony in the trial, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Don't forget the coyote. Where was the coyote mentioned? Was there something mentioned in? I don't think they mentioned the coyote in trial. We want to keep everything that we add here relevant to what's happening in trial. So we'll do that as best we can. All right, the counter's up to 23 times that Alec Baldwin's name has been mentioned, more so by the defense than the prosecution, as we expected. Spain has claimed the church. It's the Church of Spain. Let's see. Canva. Select your text, then go to Effects menu. I'll try to work on this during the break if I can get over the hiccups. But I also need some food. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back with the rest. The hiccups are bad, guys. The rest of today's live stream, including continuing coverage of the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case, the Rust murder trial out of New Mexico. It's going to be a lot of fun. Guys, these hiccups are like vicious. They strike with a vengeance. What did Ickadmel finally do to get rid of them? All right, you guys, be good to each other. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which we'll do. Amber's on the phone. Amber, I'm trying to do my little outro. Do you want to get me during the break?
You were supposed to end the stream and answer your phone.
Okay. Be good to each other. Love you guys. See you in about half an hour. Bye-bye. Amber, don't say anything. You're still alive.